The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and gallery, please rise for the invocation which will be offered by the chaplain.
Lord God, desire of every heart, you are compassionate towards all, hearing the prayers of those who approach you in trust and humility. Listen to the hearts of these, the members of this house, your servants and your children, who desire to do your will, who desire to bring your presence into the lives of those they serve through their decisions here. Grant them a renewed strength as they approach the close of session in these final days. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Caroline Harris of Williamson County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Members, praise the Lord. We get to live in America and serve Texas. Join me in saying the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Yeehaw!
The chair will now hear excuses for absent members. Please excuse Mr. Herrera because appointments in the district of the motion. Mr. Wally is the objection. Chair has unsorted. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Zachary Sarter from Waco as the doctor of the day. Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense the reading and referral bills until the end of today's calendar. Objection, chair has unsorted. Is Ms. Flores on the floor of the House? The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 1307 by Flores, recognizing May 23rd, 2023 as Miss Rodeo Texas Day.
The chair recognizes Ms. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to take the time this morning to recognize the state's Goodwill Ambassadors of Rodeo, Miss Rodeo Texas. For 5 decades, the Miss Rodeo Texas pageant hosts a competition consisting of horsemanship, impression, and personality with contestants from all over the state. Contestants compete in the teen category from ages 14 to 19 and a princess category from ages 20 to 26. I want to recognize the reigning queens who are standing in the gallery today. It's Chloe Nolke, Miss Rodeo Texas Princess 2022, and Cindy Lynn McLaughlin, Miss Rodeo Texas Teen 2022. Welcome to the Texas Capitol. Chloe is from a fifth-generation ranching family and a graduate of Texas A&M College of Veterinary Medicine and Biomedical Science. Cindy Lynn attends Southwest Texas Junior College in Uvalde, holding a steady 4.0 GPA. These two talented ladies are joined by Miss Rodeo Texas President of the Board, Billy Harris, and Chloe's mom, Lovey Nolke. In winning the pageant, they are provided with an educational scholarship and support as they represent Texas. On behalf of the Texas House of Representatives, we would like to thank the Miss Rodeo Texas pageant for its dedication to promoting Texas' vibrant culture. We wish Chloe and Cindy Lynn the best in developing their careers and education. Members, please help me welcome Chloe and Cindy Lynn to their Texas House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption. Oh, already adopted.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the time of the session when we recognize the true bosses in our office, and that is our staff who tell us what to do every single day, make sure that we're on time to events, and to know which bills we're supposed to vote on. I have a truly wonderful staff this year. First of all is Lily Garvins. She staffed my JJFI and CPS issues. This is the second session she's been with the crew, and we wish her luck in their continuing education at the LBJ school at UT, my alma mater. Good, thank you, Lily. Next is Audrey Law. She is a recent graduate from Baylor with a BA in psychology. She is also our office plant mom and worked very hard on women's health issues. We wish her very good luck next year at Loyola Chicago Law School, where she will be suffering as a 1L. Best of luck to you. Rob Hoffman worked on our energy and business policy and is a recent graduate from the UT school at Austin. And lastly, Adrian Hernandez, he's our hobby fellow who worked on education policy and also on LGBTQ issues for the office. And also of a special note is congratulate him on becoming our new district director. Yay. And lastly, she didn't write it on here for me, but I have to thank my chief of staff, Paige Dodge, who recently changed her name from Buffkin to Dodge as she got married. And so we wish her very good luck and thank her for all the fine work that she's done. Thank you all so much.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez Abera for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, it's a great honor this morning to recognize some young men, leaders in our community that are up in the gallery. These young men are with Team Spicy Ketchup of Universal City, which is within Bexar County. Guys, stand up and be recognized. Team Spicy Ketchup is a group of young men that build robotic implements and go out and compete. A few weeks ago, they competed in Houston, and among over 900 kids competing, were able to walk away with high-level recognition, many projects, and more than anything else, a great experience in their evolution as becoming young individuals. One of the objectives is for them to design, build, program, and operate robots while developing STEM skills. Beyond that, they are taught to do conflict resolution, which may have a place for them here in this house, teamwork, and professionalism by uniting teams in their alliances. So thank you very much. Welcome. Please join me in congratulatory recognition for these individuals. Congratulations, fellows. Thank you, Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I wanted to take the time to honor my amazing staff for their great contributions to be able to help my office during this freshman legislative term up here in the gallery today. And first, we have our TLIP intern, Elena Dixon. She's a junior at Southwestern University and has done an amazing job in our office greeting our visitors and helping manage our administrative tasks as a TLIP intern. We have Mr. Kevin Roberts. Kevin? Kevin Roberts is our legislative aide. He just graduated from the University of Texas. I won't hold that against him. He's about to enter his master's program at UT. And actually, fun fact, he is served as a Speaker of the House at the UT, for the House of UT Student Government. We have our Legislative Director, Cecilia Garcia. And she has done a great job bringing a unique perspective on bills in our office. She's actually, everybody, this is the important part, she's actually a professional mariachi singer. So I'm excited what she's gonna have for us at our karaoke event that we're having on Thursday. We also have, that's actually not with us today, our district director, Tony Bryant, who's been managing, doing a wonderful job managing our district office. And finally, we have my chief of staff, Gavin Nicholson, who has done an amazing job and has been with this office since day one. I'm so grateful to my staff. Thank you so much, and looking forward to continue to working with some of you and also to your future endeavors. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to suspend all necessary rules to take up H.R. 1681.
Members heard the motion to object, and the chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1681 by Davis, congratulating Dr. Tierra Quinn of Allen on being named Miss Texas Senior America 2023.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the resolution.
Thank you. We'd like to move adoption on 1681 on Dr. Tierra Quinn.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is objection, the chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Davis for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move, suspend all necessary rules to take up 1682.
Members of the motion objecting, the chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1682 by Davis, commemorating the 150th anniversary of New Hope Baptist Church in Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to move adoption 1682 honoring New Hope Baptist Church 150th anniversary.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. The objection, the chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Davis for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to suspend all necessary rules to take up House Resolution 1736.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1736 by Davis, congratulating Mari Spivey Willis on her recognition by the City of Odessa during Black History Month 2023.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to move adoption as we honor the service of Mary Willis.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. The objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Davis for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to suspend all necessary rules to take up House Resolution 1737.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1737 by Davis, congratulating the Honorable Eddie Spivey on his recognition by the City of Odessa during Black History Month 2023.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to move Resolution 1737 to honor 25 years as a JP.
The question occurs on the adoption of resolutions. Objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey for a recognition.
Thank you, members. Today is my wife's birthday. I just wanted to wish her a happy birthday. I know she's watching back at the condo. Love you, dear. Been my wonderful wife and sweetheart for 42 years.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 315, HB 430, HB 630, HB 660, HB 699, HB 975, HB 995, HB 999, HB 1002, HB 1198, HB 1199, HB 1283, HB 1305, HB 1330, HB 1526, HB 1703, HB 1794, HB 2177, HB 2443, HB 2503, HB 2671, HB 3712, HB 3956, HB 4170, HB 5409.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia for a recognition.
Good morning. On behalf of myself and my legislative office, I extend my sincerest gratitude to the Bexar County Gun Safety Coalition. Your work and for thank you. Your work with the Bexar County delegation this session and your dedication to ensuring that we reduce gun violence is an inspiration to me and your fellow representatives. By bringing together a bipartisan group of trusted community organizations, you have demonstrated the impact that gun violence has on each and every one of us. Your advocacy particularly moved me in the wake of the Robb Elementary shooting in Uvalde, as you work together to spotlight solutions at both a statewide and local level. And what our biggest hope is that we keep building community leaders like yourselves who care about the issues and come together to make a solution. I look forward to partnering with you as well as your legislators in the interim to come up with common sense gun safety laws and to make sure that we are focusing on safety measures like universal background checks and raising the age to perfect assault rifles. Thank you so much for your time and your commitment to the state of Texas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know that Dad is watching online right now, but today is my parents' 53rd wedding anniversary. And so if y'all would just please join me in congratulating them on 53 years of marriage.
Members, we are about to begin today's calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. The chair lays on third reading SB 290. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 29 by Birdwell, relating to prohibited governmental entity implementation or enforcement of a vaccine mandate, mask requirement, or private business or school closure to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes. Gentleman yields.
Representative Lozano, I didn't get to ask you these questions yesterday. I was preoccupied with other legislation that we were working on, and so if you wouldn't mind answering a few questions I have about this bill. Yes, I'd like to understand the intent behind why you brought this bill to begin with.
Yes, absolutely. Basically, at some point at the very beginning of the pandemic, there was what was beginning to be a patchwork of local mandates that were shutting down communities. And so this bill would prevent that patchwork from occurring. Essentially, Governor Abbott's executive orders, GA 38 and 39, in other words, for the governor to continue to do those executive orders in the event of another COVID outbreak, this essentially would not require that anymore.
But aren't we still under the governor's executive orders for COVID in the state of Texas?
I believe we are still. This would relieve the governor of having to do that.
So you believe the governor has to maintain his broad power over our state, including the power to waive laws that this body passes because local governments can require masks and shut down government buildings temporarily to prevent the spread of COVID?
It wasn't just limited to that, actually. It was shutting down economies. I mean, we're talking $14 trillion of a loss to our GDP. It was a very difficult time for our nation, and those lockdowns have the studies out there are studies on both sides, but by and large, the lockdowns that almost killed the hospitality industry, the cruise ship industry, the airline industry, shopping malls. It cost millions of jobs in a very short period of time. In the end, they weren't shown to actually have that much of an impact on the spread of COVID. And this would prevent that. Now, I know at the very beginning the science was hit or miss. I have a family of doctors, my father and sister and family members, and there were people that were being put on ventilators for 4, 6, 8 weeks. The minute you take them off that ventilator, their lungs can't keep up on their own. I mean, it was ridiculous science that was being practiced, medicine in some areas, and everyone's learned from that. When we get to the economy, it's something that we still have not recovered from. And so this is geared toward the economic portion of another COVID pandemic. It's just to make sure that our economies are not shut down anymore.
But I know you would agree with me, would you not, that we would never put the economy over human lives, the lives of Texans and our families.
That's correct. That's correct, but they're not mutually exclusive. We can keep our economy going strong and protect lives as well. And at one point, they were choosing what at that point they believed was lives at the expense of the entire nation's economy. We almost lost all of our GDP, but for government economic intervention, which then led to the massive inflation we have today. And so there were so many mistakes made at so many levels. This is just to address not shutting down the economies again in a patchwork way, and to ensure that private companies can still require things in their premises. We took some amendments yesterday that allow not just nursing homes, but also assisted living centers. These are confined populations of vulnerable people, and to try to make this bill stronger.
And I appreciate that you have these carve-outs for hospitals and our prisons, as well as our state-supported living center. I know we saw terrible spread of COVID, lots of deaths in these institutions. And so I appreciate that. But at the same time, I remember when COVID first hit, I remember being a mother terrified.
Yeah.
We had no vaccines. We weren't quite sure even how it spread. I mean, I remember Lysoling my packages that were delivered through the mail at the time.
Yeah.
We didn't quite understand the science of COVID, but at the time it made sense. I think now we're used to living in this new era of this new virus, We're accustomed to what it takes. But then, before we had all the answers, I appreciated as a mother my school district putting the lives of our kids and our families ahead of potential loss of learning even. Because my first priority as a mother is to keep my child safe and alive. Yeah. And so what concerns me about this bill is, yes, we have vaccines today, and so far they're very effective. But what if this virus morphs into something that, again, we have questions about? What if it morphs into something that our vaccines can't protect us from? What if it morphs again into a virus that destroys families and takes our loved ones away? Why would we tie the hands of our local electeds to ensure that our public spaces are safe?
Well, first, I wanted to avoid a debate on the effectiveness of vaccines or masks. The studies show clearly that masks, the benefit of wearing a mask is now proven to be negligible. Vaccines, the effectiveness at them preventing transmission dropped from 91% to 60%. Now, I will say though that when you have people that are that have pre-existing conditions, they're up in age, they have respiratory problems already, like COPD. The vaccines did show that they were less likely to be going to the ER, less likely to die from COVID. But this bill is not about that. This bill is about the economy and ensuring that we don't deprive our region of the ability to generate the income it needs to pay for schools, to pay for public roads. When you shut down an economy, that is literally the lifeblood of that region. And we can't have that happening in a patchwork way. We have to have everyone sailing in the same direction. And if you're guessing at it, it's going to be a disaster. And that's what happened. No one knew. Now we have variants coming out from COVID. And the variants show that with each variant, the vaccine's less effective. But this bill doesn't address the health aspect. The World Health Organization and CDC have declared that COVID is no longer a pandemic. But you look at our chamber and we still have the little sanitizer bottles around. There's communities and private governments, private companies that can still take the measures they want, but we cannot shut down our economies. Our kids, we cannot shut down their schools. Look at what's happening to our kids. The mental health from them not being in a socialized atmosphere is something that I don't know if they'll ever recover from. So these executive orders prevented that, and we want to make sure that the governor doesn't have to keep doing executive orders, that this is codified in the law, and just to protect our economy, which by and large then will protect our people.
But I remember specifically when we were at the height of COVID, we had outbreaks in certain regions of this large state that were specific to, for instance, El Paso went through a terrible outbreak where they had bodies collecting of community members who had died because they could not bury the bodies fast enough. In the valley, we had a similar experience of an outbreak that locals could not keep up with. And so doesn't it make sense to have our local electeds respond?
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales of Harris to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. With all the respect to Representative Lozano, and happy birthday to you. I know today's your birthday. I have to speak against this bill because, as many of you know, I am a funeral provider in my community. And I hope you'll listen to me, because it sounds kind of loud in here, when I tell you that I have never seen so much death until COVID-19 pandemic. Never. The average clientele that we have in a month is 30. But during the height of the pandemic, we had 75 funerals in 1 month. That is more than double, much more than double. So many people died because they were misinformed about masks and vaccines. And at the busiest month that we had, the vaccine was not available yet. But I can assure you that as soon as the vaccine was available, the death rate dropped significantly. We need certain mandates in place for public health. This is so important. And why, as a small business owner, why would I want the government to interfere in my private business? This is wrong. I don't agree with this bill. And if anybody's listening, I will tell you that So many people died. I will tell you that we had a family where 3 people died in the same family within 2 months. Horrific death.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
With a gentle lady yield for a few questions.
With a gentle lady yield for questions.
I yield.
She yields.
Representative Morales, you mentioned you were a funeral director, and obviously you had to see many families directly impacted by sometimes the lack of tools that local governments had in their toolbox to respond to the pandemic. You saw that at a very intimate, personal, devastating level. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We even had friends and family members that were impacted by COVID-19. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes, that's correct.
And we actually had personal friends of you and I had to bury their mother. Is that correct?
It was heartbreaking, and yes, we did.
And were you aware that with this bill, it limits the ability for local governments to have flexibility in responding to now the next pandemic? Is that correct?
That is correct, and I will tell you, we could have another pandemic, and our government will not be able to address the situation because it will be a public health emergency.
Right, so what's good for Harris County may not be good for some community in a rural community. Is that not true?
That is correct.
And because, Harris County, close to 5 million people, we were aware that the negative impacts of COVID-19 and I guess what we're describing as lockdowns, but those were necessary.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Those measures at the local level were necessary to be able to protect the public at schools, at restaurants. And look, I work in my previous capacity working for our county government and volunteering my time as COVID recovery czar. I was on call. Were you aware that I was on calls with the Texas Medical Center, the Harris Health, all the health authorities within our local and county government to try to respond the best way we knew how at the county level? Is that your understanding?
Yes, I'm so appreciative of your work in Harris County during this time. And I mean, you're right. We are a densely populated county where people are in contact regularly, and these mandates definitely helped when they were in place, and when they were not in place, I'm telling you, as a funeral provider, I would notice the uptick. We were looking at it regularly because my business is almost 100 years old, and we have never seen the death and devastation that the COVID-19 pandemic caused.
And it wasn't until, and during that time, and believe you me, there were times when these were with our local mayor and our local county judges, very difficult to make these tough decisions because you are talking about people's livelihoods. You wanted to keep folks working, but at the same time, you didn't want the spread of the virus to permeate, to spread within family members. Is that correct?
Let me tell you something about people's livelihoods. What about the breadwinner of a home who died because of COVID-19 and wasn't able to provide for their family anymore? What about 3 people in the same family dying, and families are left to pay for funerals for 3 people? Those are the livelihoods we should be talking about.
And it was a balance to balance livelihoods versus lives, but this shouldn't be a livelihood versus lives. We needed to protect the public. We needed to protect people themselves. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And with this bill, would inhibit now local governments the ability to try to implement rules for their communities. Is that my understanding?
That is correct.
You saw the devastating effects we saw it personally within our mutual friends, having to see family members, close personal friends, not just one family, two families, three families. These were multi-generational families where you had grandmother, abuelitas, pass away, including young, vibrant, all, for intents and purposes, healthy individuals also impacted by COVID and pass away. Is that not correct?
Absolutely. It's interesting that you brought that up because it was just a crazy average age of folks who actually died because of COVID-19. Ages ranging from people in their 30s to folks that were in their 80s. So it didn't have a particular age that it affected more than others. There were people from all different ages and backgrounds and situations in their lives, and it just completely devastated people in our community.
And as the federal government expanded vaccines, well, testing, and then obviously once the vaccine was available, those measures, once you saw the rates of vaccine implementation and utilization rise, you started to see some communities actually lift their restrictions. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what
Yes,
purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for
The
a couple of...
gentlelady yield for questions.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
yield.
Representative Morales, I remember last session you talking about this issue, specifically because what you were personally witnessing in our community. And I wanted to make a couple of distinctions here that are important. One is in Harris County, where we saw a lot of these measures go into effect. One of them, would you agree, is because of the population, the huge population that we have, and the proximity, and you being intimately involved with the deaths that occurred in these families. I think that you can relate to that, the fact that we are a heavy populated county, people are a lot closer, versus maybe compared to other parts of the state where you have things that are more spread out, they're more rural, you may naturally have less contact with other people because of the fact that there's just less population.
That is correct. That's true.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker, I move for an extension.
There are no extensions at this point in the session.
So in other parts of the state...
Ms. Morales-Shaw,
Yes.
there's no longer extensions.
Oh, thank you, sir.
At this point in the session.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu in opposition to the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, you know, when I was sworn into office, and just the same as all of you, we openly swore to uphold the U.S. Constitution, to defend the United States, to defend the state of Texas. But I think one thing that wasn't said, that I think needs to be said, is that we should swear an oath to defend our people. Not just their liberty, but their lives. And I think that's something that I think this body very conveniently forgets when it's politically expedient. And it's not just defend people when it's easy and defend people's lives when it's popular, but to do it even if people may be upset about it. Even if people say, well, what am I going to do? Because it's more important to protect lives than profits. And this is, I think, why many bills like this are so frustrating. Because over and over again, we come to this floor, we come to this body, and we say, we value people's lives. We think people's lives are important. We think we should spend money and spend effort and take time to make sure that people can live. That's it. That people can be alive. Because what do profits, what do freedoms, what do liberties matter if you're dead? And this is the frustration in what we've done in this body over and over again. Right now, as of today, the total death count for COVID-19 in the United States is 1,100,028,903. That is today's current total. That is more deaths than all of the wars that our country has fought combined. More than the 600,000 during the Civil War, more than the 400,000 during the World War II, more than the 58,000 during Vietnam, 36,000 in Korea, and not to mention all the thousands during the Desert Storm, Afghanistan, Iraq. All of it pales in comparison to a singular event that took place over the past couple of years and actually is still going on. This number is not a fixed number. We all act like COVID-19 is behind us. COVID-19 is gone. We all act like nothing's wrong. There's no need to mask up. There's no need to get vaccines. Nothing. But this number, this 1.12 million Americans, is still ticking up by about 300 a day. While that is nowhere close to the 3,000 or 4,000 and 5,000 a day it was in the height of the pandemic, 300 Americans a day dying needlessly is a tragedy. And I think we ignore it because the number is so vast, the number is so large, the deaths are so high that we've come to ignore it. And yet we are setting ourselves up. We are setting ourselves up for another one. And not only are we setting ourselves up, and I think Rosa Morales in her speech says that, well, there might be another pandemic. That's actually wrong. Every expert that has talked about this issue has said point blank, there will be another pandemic. Even though COVID-19 is not yet over. Right now, if you go out on social media, you go on to other places, go on to your Facebook groups, you will see people who have posted they've caught COVID for the second and third and fourth time. And many of them do not survive those second and third encounters. And yet we act like this is just nothing. 300 Americans a day dead? Nothing. 1.1 million Americans dead. And we act like it's nothing. We act like it's just water on the bridge. What's a little spilled milk? We act like this is just a part of life now. That this is okay, this is acceptable. It's not. It shouldn't be acceptable. And we should not be setting ourselves up in a governmental system that hobbles our first line of defense. When we have the next crisis, not if, when we have the next pandemic, which may be 10 years from now, it may be 5 years from now, it may be next month.
We don't know. Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what
will the
purpose?
gentleman yield for a few questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Wu, you've stated some startling statistics, and I think what you're saying is just because the numbers have been kept down, and mostly because we did institute procedures and protocols that did save lives, I think we're numb now to the fact that this was a devastating and is still a devastating disease and pandemic, is it not?
Absolutely. I mean, look, over 110,000 Texans are dead in a two-year span. And that's almost double the number of people, double number of Americans who died in the entirety of the Vietnam War.
And you know, in this county alone and in other counties, you know, Latinos and other minorities communities were really impacted. And I think from the lessons that we learned, you know, our first responders, our local officials and constables, county judges, all did their best to make sure that people were safe and help implement, you know, the mask use protocols, et cetera. Isn't that true?
And look, and that is a great point. Look, when this first happened, you know what? In Houston, we were gearing up for the first few days of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, one of the largest, I think I'm gonna get in trouble, I'm saying the largest rodeo in the world, right? And it was an event that generates hundreds of millions of dollars for the local economy, if not billions. It provided lots of revenue for the city and for the county. And our elected officials had the tough decision to make because one of the first victims of COVID-19, one of the first hospitalizations that happened in Harris County came from the rodeo, was working private security at the rodeo, and he was extremely ill when he was there. And he contacted a lot of people, and he ended up in a coma for 3 months. And fortunately, he survived. But our elected officials had to make the decision at that time, do we shut down the rodeo or not? Because if people were already at the rodeo and were contagious, that would be the epicenter of contagion for the entire area. Because that is, I mean, like hundreds of thousands of people went through there a single day. I mean, even just thousands of people, even if it was just localized to one booth, to one small section, the thousands and thousands of people that would pass by that one section and then spread it to everyone else, that was a real danger. And to take away our ability to respond, to make those difficult decisions, to protect the lives of our constituents, to protect the lives of people that we swore to protect. Why would we do that? Why would we tie our own hands behind our backs? What is the benefit? What do we gain from it? We make a little more money? But at what cost?
I agree completely. I think you need to have those boots on the ground, those closest to the constituents who are able to respond in actual time and make sure that they keep their community safe. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and I get this. I get this. There's a lot of members here who are from rural areas, and they say, like, look, we didn't need those kind of protocols in our area because our constituents live 50 miles apart from each other, whatever it is, right? That's great. That's fantastic. Basically, like, families are self-isolated because of the separation in distance. But we don't have that convenience in the cities, right? I represent the most densely populated district in the entire state of Texas. My district is 85% apartments. And it's not just 85% renters, but our renters, we have multiple households in a single unit. So we have 2 and 3 households that live in a single apartment unit. We're talking about like 10, 15 people into one apartment. And you imagine the spread from that. If one single person brings the virus home.
Gentlemen, this time's expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener in opposition to the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, when the first thing I remember about my great-grandmother, who I called Gigi, is that she had trouble buying shoes. And she had trouble buying shoes because one of her feet was 2 sizes bigger than the other. And because that one foot was smaller and one leg was shorter, she walked with a limp her entire life. She did so many things with her life, was a loving great-grandmother, took in foster children throughout her life. But what I will never forget is the limp and the special shoes she had to buy to try to accommodate for it. Members, my great-grandmother's feet and legs were different sizes because she had childhood polio. And that childhood polio stunted the growth on one side of her body. In some ways, she was one of the lucky ones. She survived her polio infection, but it did change the rest of her life. It changed her ability to participate in athletics. It changed her ability to play with her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Members, we have the same thing happening with COVID-19 right now. I know I visited with some of y'all about this. Someone on the floor was razzing me for the fact I was coughing a little bit last night. And I explained that since my first infection with COVID-19 last April, I have consistently had asthma every single day. I have not stopped wheezing in over a year. I am one of the millions of Americans who is suffering from long COVID. For context, when I was a child, I would get asthma maybe once a week, twice a year. Or not once a week, twice a year, I'm sorry, for a week, twice a year when the allergens were high. Usually exercise-induced. It didn't interfere with my life. I still played sports. I still was able to play and run around. I just had to have a rescue inhaler very occasionally, maybe used it 5 times a year. Members, there's now regular days where I use my rescue inhaler 5 times a day. And that's in addition to being on daily steroid inhalers to help me manage my asthma. I did not participate in the member football game this year, mostly because I was having a big upswell in asthma. I took time off this floor for a lung function test because I now have had my life changed by my experience with COVID-19. And just like my grandmother was one of the lucky ones with polio, she wasn't paralyzed, she didn't die, I'm also one of the lucky ones with COVID-19. You know, I had a fairly brief acute phase. I didn't feel good, but I didn't get anywhere near going to the hospital. But it's changed my ability to do the things I enjoy doing in life. And I'm not alone in that. You know, Representative Wu up here talked a lot about the death toll of COVID-19. And that's real, and we need to remember and mourn those people. But too often we ignore that the death toll is not the only number that means anything. There are people whose lives have been forever changed by infections that at first blush may have seemed mild. My experience of having mild asthma worsen significantly after COVID-19 is a well-documented side effect of COVID infections. Other folks develop something resembling chronic fatigue syndrome and have issues with maintaining their blood pressure, develop something called positional orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. These are things that affect people's ability to stand up and walk around and engage in their lives. It affects their ability to be awake the number of hours most of us are in a day. These are life-altering conditions. Members, I bring this up because, you know, I don't think we are at a moment in time with current COVID infection rates that we should have mask mandates. I don't think that's where we are with current infection rates. I don't think that's where we are with the current variants. But members, we don't know what is going to change. And this bill does not just affect COVID as we know it and have seen it the past few years. This bill affects every future variant of COVID-19, every single one. If there's a COVID-19 mutation that we see with a 10% mortality rate, which as some of y'all may remember were the initial fears when COVID-19 reached the United States, we, under this legislation, would have no flexibility to take mitigation measures. Why would we want to take those tools away? We need that flexibility. We need the ability to adapt. And members, I have to be frank, when we do legislation like this, that does not, we all know there are no government mask mandates or vaccine mandates on the table. And so when we do legislation like this to say, we're mad about those COVID-19 protection measures we had a few years ago, it really feels personal. If you're someone up here like me who is trying to figure out how to still do activities I enjoy, like joining the members' football game, like riding my horse, like playing soccer, that I can't do right now without having a coughing fit. This is personal to people who have lost those friends and family to COVID. This is personal to people still suffering with side effects from COVID, people who are suffering with long COVID. So why are we doing this? Why are we putting a message out there to say we're not going to do the thing we're already not doing. And furthermore, we're going to make sure no one can ever do it in the future. No matter how bad it gets, no matter what variant comes out, no matter if that variant, unlike earlier variants, has dramatic side effects or dramatic impacts on small children, some of our most precious individuals. We don't know what the next version looks like, and we should never tie our hands. We need options moving forward. So members, I urge you to vote against this bill, and I will gladly yield to questions.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the lady yield for questions?
I will.
Gentlelady yield for, she yields.
Representative Zwiener, I think you brought up a really good point, and I just want to ask you a little further about it. And you said, I think it's not just the deaths from COVID-19, right? And there is this thing called long COVID. And that is that people who have suffered through it, and especially the ones who have suffered multiple times, greatly reduced lung function, possible brain damage, impairments to their reproductive systems, and many other parts of their body, correct?
Yes, I know there's been some specific studies linking potential male infertility issues with COVID-19 infections, even those that were mild. And as someone waiting on the results of a lung function test right now, it definitely is having those impacts on many, many Americans.
And I mean, and that's not just going to be a cost for those individuals. Like if somebody has long COVID and they can no longer work, and they have to be on public assistance. We have to put their family on public assistance. They have trouble like dealing with household matters. Those all have a cost that we deal with here in this body, right?
Absolutely. So I mean, and again, I say this is very personal to me because I am experiencing my life becoming more medicalized, going from a healthy adult to someone with a significant but manageable condition. And that's changing my life and my time. It has cost to me. It has cost to our healthcare system because I'm having a degree of tests I never had before. And then I don't think we've even started to wrap our head around how many people are falling out of the workforce due to disability related to COVID, or who are having to switch from working full-time to part-time. And those are things where people may need additional public benefits, or will just experience the costs of their lowered productivity. And that's something I don't think we are going to have a full picture of yet for another decade.
I mean, you've heard the old saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch, right?
I have.
Because there is a cost to all this, and it's a matter of who pays it, right? And we're saying hey, we don't want to lose money in businesses and whatever else, but we're saying we're willing to trade people's well-being and trade other costs down the road, even higher costs down the road for it.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Moody in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My community was implicated in some of the conversation earlier today, and I hadn't planned on speaking against this, but I think it's important to understand the difficult decisions that we have to make, because I've heard a lot of arguments in favor of this. We need to support the economy. We need to ensure that places stay open. Well, I want to take you back to a time in El Paso where mobile morgues, members, were brought into our community, where inmates from our county jail were utilized to carry dead bodies out of the hospital into those mobile morgues. That's what was happening in El Paso in October, November, and December of 2020. That was a reality that we woke up to every day. And our county judge, Ricardo Samaniego, and the county commissioner's court decided that they had to do something in the face of that tragedy. They had to issue an order under their authority to try to keep us safe and keep us alive. And very predictably, that court's order, the Commissioner's Court's order was challenged by a number of business owners and by the Attorney General's office. Now, the way those court cases work, they just land randomly in a court. And for those of you who know me, I grew up in the El Paso County Courthouse because my dad serves as a district judge there. And that case fell in the 34th District Court in El Paso County. My dad, who is himself compromised because of age and learned how to use Zoom court, which if you know him, was a large leap so that he can keep his docket going. He is the father of a medically fragile child who our family had to keep secluded for over a year because we did not want her to be exposed to this risk and die. So when it landed in his court, it landed in his court for a reason, in my opinion. And all of those personal things weighed on him greatly. I know that. And we don't talk about his business a lot, but we talked about it then. And I know that the weight of the community and the families that were suffering weighed on him greatly. And so he had the lawyers give arguments. And he asked them, both from the county attorney's office and from the attorney general's office and from the business owners' attorneys, show me the precedent. Show me the precedent that they can or they can't do this. Bring it to me and let me decide. Because he is nothing if not fair. And no one could bring him precedent that said the county could or could not do that. And so, like he always does, he goes above and beyond. And he went and he researched the history of the last pandemic and the Spanish flu. And he tried to understand, because the parties could offer him no precedent on what could or could not be done. He tried to understand just historically what is the context. And we have to go back so far to understand that. He dug into that. And he issued a one-sentence ruling that permitted the county judge and the county commissioner's court's order to persist. Knowing full well it would be appealed, and it was. Knowing full well that it would not stand, and it didn't. But knowing full well that any time that we could offer to save families, to save lives, was worth all of that. This bill would seek to undo all of that. Would say that dollars are more important than lives. That's what this bill would do. And I would just ask that you think about mobile morgues coming into your community and bodies stacking up faster than you know how to deal with. Representative Morales talked about her funeral home. I want you to think about what that looks like for the families that are grieving and for the communities that are trying desperately to keep people safe. If we don't have these tools available to us, then I fear we are going to have even bigger tragedy in the future. It has been stated that this is not the last time we're going to encounter this. In fact, these aren't ever going to come every 100 years. They're going to come faster and more furious than ever. So why take the tools away? Why take the tools away? And so I ask you to think about all those things before we vote on this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Weaver, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Representative Moody, thank you for all that you've done, and thank you for your father, and for making tough decisions which are sometimes unpopular, but necessary to protect the lives of the people who entrusted their lives to us.
I appreciate that.
And I know your last comments are, don't take this away from us. Now, if individual counties say like, hey, we don't care about this, we don't want to follow any protocols, should they be able to do that?
Of course.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to tell people what to do. I am trying to keep our ability to do what's best for our community.
So in the current law, nothing would stop a county who didn't want to follow the protocols, who didn't want to do anything. They don't want to do distancing. They don't want to do vaccines. They don't want to do anything that's recommended by the CDC or the WHO or anybody that has recommended medical techniques to prevent the spread of an infection. If they don't want to do any of that, the current law allows them to do that, right?
The current law is that, and it's one of my favorite sayings is the greatest freedom we have in this country is to make mistakes. So if they want to make that mistake, that's up to them, but that's their business.
And this legislation would go the opposite direction, would take the ability of places that want to stop the spread, who want to protect their people, who are concerned because they're maybe in like city centers like El Paso, where it is much more readily able to be contagious, to spread faster. Like, this would take away our ability to do what we want.
Yeah, this would make it very clear that that conversation that happened in the midst of unspeakable tragedy would not even have a place. There would be no ability to have this conversation at all local level. And for us, we had a completely different factor impacting us in that, the country of Mexico was handling COVID and responding to it in a very different way than we were. But we have people traversing back and forth. We are a vibrant binational community. And so we were trying to address things because of that. It made our situation unique. And that was an argument that was made by the county judge and others to allow us to put in some what I think were moderate restrictions to help slow the spread. And even that was not, even that fell on deaf ears.
And earlier I heard you say that your family has a medically fragile child. And I know that must be very difficult. And my concern is, as we're standing here right now, that the next pandemic, the next big thing is already brewing. And right now, the next pandemic may not be COVID. The next pandemic may be measles. It may be something that is even more deadly than COVID-19.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill does not apply to measles. It only applies to COVID. The World Health Organization deemed COVID-19 is no longer a public health emergency, and I move passage.
Probably another hour before you can do this. But, all right. When I say hit it, you hit it right there, okay? Very hard. Wait a second. Wait. The question occurs on final passage of SB 29. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lozano voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 16 nays, SB 29 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Mr. Holland for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've got an elementary school in from Rockwall, Texas, Virginia, Ryan-Hart Elementary. I actually attended that elementary school as a kid, and they are at the Texas Capitol today. So all the fourth graders from Ryan-Hart Elementary, welcome to your Texas State Capitol.
Mr. Gerdes, for what purpose?
Speaker, I'd like to have Chairman Lozano's remarks on SB 29 reduced to writing placed in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on third reading SB 7. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 7 by Schwertner relating to the reliability of the ERCOT power grid.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the grid bill, and I have promised some of the members we are going to get you a printed list of the safeguards and what we call the guardrails, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 7. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 134 ayes and 11 nays. SB 7 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2627. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2627 by Schwertner relating to funding mechanisms to support the construction, maintenance, and modernization of dispatchable electric generating facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
And Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill where we're developing other generators, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2627. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Kemple voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 118 ayes and 23 nays. SB 2627 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 18. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 18 by Creighton relating to tenure and employment status as public institutions of higher education in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tenure bill that will provide structure and transparency of our expectations.
Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Representative Kimball. Representative Kimball, I know there's been a lot of, to use a phrase from last night, gnashing of teeth around this legislation. But I just really wanted to ask you about some questions I've heard from faculty at different institutions here in Texas, both Texas State, University of Texas. What I have heard from folks, particularly department chairs, is that when they are interviewing people who are interested in returning to Texas, the question of this pending legislation and all its variants has been a factor in people choosing whether or not to come to Texas. How do you think this legislation, as it leaves the House, is going to affect whether or not Texas universities can recruit people to come here?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say I heard some of that same conversation with some of the involvement I've had with faculty from around the state, that certainly the uncertainty of tenure, what was being conversed, what was just the thought of it being taken away out there, certainly probably had a negative impact on the decision. Some folks, to your point, that were looking to come work in the state of Texas. I think as it's leaving the House, we have reinstilled and put that certainty back in it, saying that there will be tenure, there will be a very transparent process of how that tenure is awarded and how that tenure is reviewed. And like I said, provide certainty as it leaves here.
So your hope is that this won't harm Texas recruitment efforts?
Correct.
So if we discover that this bill does harm recruitment efforts, can we who are concerned count on you to be an open door for us to
Certainly.
talk about
That's
fixing
a part
this
of,
in the future?
part of the legislative process. As we go through the interim, it's, Ms. Weiner, you're as aware as well as I am that everything we do in here, there's interim and interim charges, and certainly have what issue it may be, come back the next session and fine-tune something that we may have done just to make sure we get it right.
Okay. Thank you, Representative
Yes,
Kimball.
ma'am.
Representative Dutton, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gladly.
The gentleman will gladly yield.
Thank you. Chairman Kemple, I know there's been a lot of discord about this bill, but I went back and I read it again. What actually does the bill do that's different than being done today? I mean,
Nothing.
substantively, I didn't...
Nothing, Mr. Dutton. I think everything that we're laying out that we have in front of us right now is the basic tenure structure that's being implemented right now in our larger universities and frankly in most of the universities across the state.
Right. Well, that's the way I looked at it, and I couldn't figure out what the discord was about because it doesn't do away with tenure at all.
No, sir.
And it seems to set up some ground rules for tenure that already exist.
And it provides that certainty. I mean, it's as beneficial, in my opinion, for the faculty. They can see something in statute that said that's the way this works. And
Yes.
that's the way it's going to work.
And that's the way tenure, we always thought it worked that way. And it seems to me that somehow or another this has been made out to be something that it's really not.
I'd agree with you, Mr. Dutton.
Because, universities and colleges have the ability to contract with employees, right?
Yes, sir.
And that generally contracted employees can only be terminated with good cause. And that's the same thing in this bill, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for explaining it to me.
Yes, sir.
I thought maybe I'd been misunderstanding the bill.
No, sir. It's
because
it's just as plain as you read it.
Yeah, and so I would encourage people to take a look at the bill because I think that everybody ought to be for this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Dutton. I agree with you. Everybody should be for it.
And then on the other hand, I was asking my staff, have we heard from any college professor in opposition to this bill? You know what they told me?
I'm guessing they hadn't heard from anybody.
Exactly. We had heard from 0 college professors about this bill. And neither had we heard from any university professors, university presidents about this bill. And so I think it's a bill, as I read it, it seems to me that it's a bill that ought to be, if we're going to do anything, this is probably what we ought to do.
I agree. Thank you, Mr. Dutton.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, I just want to, I've used probably my unfair share of time on the front mic. I want to thank all the members in the room for use of the hall. And hopefully you won't get as much of me in the next couple of days as you had in the last 3. So with that, I will move passage.
Question occurs on... Chair recognizes Representative Cole to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Speaker and members. I want to thank Mr. Kemple for bringing a bill that preserves tenure. I still must speak in opposition to this bill. The Senate, I think, dislikes higher education. They brought a bill to dismantle tenure. Now, we all know how important our universities are to the state of Texas, which is why we have put considerable dollars into their functioning and well-being. We help the community colleges, and we helped many colleges, and I want to thank Dr. Bonin for recognizing the need to fund additional colleges in the appropriations process, along with all of the members of the Appropriations Committee. In particular, Mary Gonzalez, who has fought tirelessly in the Higher Education Committee against this bill. We had numerous testimony against this bill from students and faculty from a number of our colleges, but in particular, students showed up from the University of Texas where I attended. My father did not want me to go to UT. He was concerned about their history of racial discrimination. But it was actually my grandmother, Willie Mae Bailey, who stood up and said she's going to UT. And she did that because the family that she worked for, the Prothro family, that I'm sure I've talked to Mr. Representative Burke about considerably, who she worked for 30 years, had went to the University of Texas. And they had sponsored a scholarship called the Century Club Scholarship, which I received when I owned Perkins Timberline, and they gave us clothes and really supported me and my cousins as we were growing up. And they were UT graduates. Joe Prothro was the senior member of this family, and my grandmother worked for his son, who we called Little Joe. I went to the University of Texas on a scholarship called the Texas Achievement Award. And that scholarship wasn't much, but it made the difference in my ability to go and stay there and perform. I was really excited when I got this scholarship because I knew it was the vehicle for me to be able to attend UT. Many other African American and Hispanic students throughout the state received this scholarship, and it made a difference in their ability to attend. I was a member of the National Student Business League when I first went to UT, and I went on to become president of that organization. It was the organization for business clubs for Black business students to actually be able to gather and associate together to perform activities that helped us with our culture at the campus.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask the lady a question.
Does the lady yield?
Yes, please.
She yields.
For
Thank you.
Representative Dutton.
You know, I have a great deal of respect for you, and I was trying to figure out what the actual opposition to this bill is. Because when I read it, I don't see any violence in the bill to what's being done today, or that it would hurt or improve the chances for, say, for Black professors at the University of Texas, that I don't see where it hurts. Can you tell me where you see that it actually causes harm to our system today?
Well, I will admit with you, Representative Dutton, that it's a much improved bill over what the Senate passed, but it still does hurt minority professors in its vague language of not defining why they can be discharged. And then also we had testimony about how these professors do not make up any percentage recognizable of tenured faculty.
Yeah, but I think the bill says you could be discharged for good cause. Of course, that's what the current standard is. And I'm not so sure that, as I understand it, the Black professorship under tenure at University of Texas, for example, is probably less than 4%. Is that your understanding?
It is my understanding that it is a small number, but I'm not aware of the exact percentage.
And so this bill doesn't, I admittedly, I don't think this bill helps that, but I'm trying to understand how this bill would hurt that.
Well, it's a suppression of academic freedom. In the United States, over 800 colleges and universities have adopted principles of academic freedom and tenure jointly formulated by AAUP and organizations representing university and administrations. tenure is necessary to guarantee academic freedom, which is freedom from censorship by the institution of the government. So the black professors that are tenured faculty at UT are suppressed in their academic freedom, and they are not given enough leeway to practice their profession.
So how does this bill affect that freedom? Maybe that's where I'm missing it.
Well, this bill makes the likelihood of being censored for the academic freedom more likely, and it impacts minority professors in that it is not clearly defined how their academic freedom can be expressed.
So you think that's a different standard than exists today?
Yes, I think the bill, in not defining academic freedom, makes it more difficult for minority professors to practice their professorship.
Well, I'm not quite sure I agree with you, but I do agree that something ought to be done to improve the numbers of the percentages of black faculty members who have tenure. And so you don't think this current bill actually creates a bar to increasing the numbers of, say, black professors at UT under tenure, but it will create somehow or another for them to be dismissed? Is that what I understand?
I can't hear you, Representative Dutton. Will you repeat your question?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I couldn't hear you. Will you repeat your question?
Okay, I was just trying to figure out whether or not the bill affects the current staff that are tenured, or is it your objection that it will not allow more faculty to be tenured?
My objection is that it is a solution to a problem that we have, but it doesn't clearly address that problem. And we have a problem with the number of minority professors at our institutions. And as you pointed out, the University of Texas only has 0.04% African American tenured professors.
And so this bill, I guess I'm really unsure of how this bill affects that.
Well, this bill doesn't clearly lay out measures by which the faculty members of the African American, Latino community, and veterans and disabled people, those numbers can be increased. And if we're going to pass a bill dealing with tenure, we need to have at least a study by the Higher Education Coordinating Board of a plan of action to increase the number of minority and underserved communities' tenured faculty.
Right, and I looked, and I may have missed it, but I didn't see where any number of faculty testified against the bill in the committee.
We had a number of faculty come from
black faculty members I'm talking about.
We had a black faculty member who's in charge of the Diversity, Education, and Community Engagement Department at the University of Texas who came to testify on the bill. As you know, if they are a public university or a public institution, they cannot testify.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Morales-Shaw in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I was interested to see the impact of this bill, so I did some research, and I want to share some of the findings with you. Less than a quarter of the faculty of full-time tenured professors is what exists today. It's not even a majority. In 2021, about 17,000 faculty members in Texas were tenured, but there are about 7,600 who are on the tenure track. So this means that these are professionals who have dedicated their careers under a set of known rules. That could be 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Nonetheless, they've dedicated their careers to this teaching profession under a certain set of rules that will no longer exist. So what that means to me is that their professional, familial, and their personal investment in their own career has potentially been wasted. At a time when there's so much lack of long-term work commitment, I think we all hear about that, how people leave jobs, there's a lot of turnover, we don't have the same pension and retirement systems that we had before, so we hear a lot about that. So at a time when there's so much of that long-term work commitment, we're jeopardizing job security and a promise of long-term employment for these professionals. At a time when we need diverse views, at a time when it's critical more than ever that we have diverse views, this bill jeopardizes the academic freedom, the right to research without fear of influence or retribution. At a time when we can no longer look forward to longevity in many professions because of what I just mentioned, this bill hinders the quality that only many years of experience can bring. Think about those years of experience that those professors have and the value that that brings to the student body when they turn to those professors for guidance and help. It's very similar to this body. The longer that we're here, the more advantageous and beneficial it is to our constituents. It's also beneficial to their own colleagues and the bodies that they serve with. And frankly, really, it's beneficial also to public debate on major issues. So a lot of times when we're listening to wherever we get our news sources, hopefully from a variety, we hear oftentimes that professors are tapped into, and these are senior most professors, on critical issues. It could be international affairs, it could be domestic affairs, but they chime into these things. Texas is among the largest and influential states, yet like in many critical areas, education, healthcare, we don't rank the highest. Well, the same goes for tenure salaries. Among the top 5 states with many professors, Texas doesn't rank there. It ranks lower than in the top 5. So I'm not sure what this bill addresses. This bill, however, is a form of censorship, deprivation, and devaluation of the things that our communities need the most. And for that reason, I oppose this bill. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if I can have your attention for a minute, please. I'm not speaking just to speak, and I'm not here just to waste time. This is very important to me and my family, and probably other families. I'm going to talk about my family and my dad a little bit, so I would really appreciate your attention. Tenure is the privilege of continuing to work as a faculty member without periodic reappointment. It doesn't mean you can't be fired. It doesn't mean you'll never be evaluated. Currently, tenure allows faculty to pursue research without being subject to political pressure. And this bill will destroy that. It'll create an environment where tenure is only awarded to people whose views align politically with whomever holds current leadership. So I want to let you know, I would not be standing here. I would not be in Texas today if it wasn't for the tenure program at the University of Texas at Austin. My family came here during the middle of a decades-long effort to upgrade our university standings here in the state of Texas. My father, who passed away about 18 months ago, my father was a singular talent. He grew up in a remote part of North Dakota. He was a prodigy. My father was a mathematic genius. And at 16 years old, from the most barren rural part of North Dakota you can imagine, he won a National Merit Scholarship, and he went to Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where he was graduated magna summa cum laude. And then he went to Stanford University to do his graduate work. And this was all during the 60s. By the time we got into the 70s, he was teaching at a top-tier school, the University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana, and it was the University of Texas offered him a tenure track position to come here to improve the standing of the mathematics department. In 1979, we moved to Austin. My father soon became tenured and then went on to be the first endowed professorship offered at the University of Texas Department of Mathematics. He was, for 20-odd years, the John T. Stewart III Centennial Professor of Mathematics at the University of Texas at Austin. Students came from all over the world to learn from my dad. And at his retirement and his memorial services, former colleagues and students told me stories about how my dad's influence made such a big difference in their lives. Some of them told me learning from him changed the direction of their careers. The point, members, is that Texas universities are now very highly regarded, but it wasn't always that way. Before the effort to upgrade our university standings, Texas universities were best known for their football programs, which is all well and good, but now my Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering degree from the University of Texas at Austin is seen as prestigious. It has helped open doors for me in industry as I built my career. That simply would not have been the case if it weren't for the prestige and standing of our schools. Tenure programs play a huge role in this. Tenured employment is crucial in upholding standards of teaching and research within our universities. It's vital to the Texas economic miracle. The value of tenure cannot be overstated in higher education. As Texas continues to grow, we need a well-educated society and electorate. We need a well-educated workforce for our political and economic success. Without the assurance of academic freedom, highly qualified and sought-after academic candidates are much less likely to seek employment here in Texas. This would give other universities in other states a competitive advantage in recruiting top faculty. Senate Bill 18 raises the risk of losing institutional status and rankings, and it will jeopardize.
Mr. Speaker? Ms. Collier,
I'm not
for
going
what
to yield for
purpose?
questions at this
Okay.
time.
Not
Please
at
let
this
me
time.
finish. And it will jeopardize certain federal funding and dampen student enrollment. Renowned faculty members like my dad with international recognition will more easily be attracted to leave and move the state. Members, you should know that my father maintained a federal grant from the National Science Foundation for 40 years. Every school that he taught at benefited from that, including the University of Texas at Austin. Without tenure, we will erode our technical workforce capability. It's the path we're on. So I know that we have homegrown talent. I want to defer to my admired and esteemed colleague, Dr. Glenn Rogers, when he spoke about this yesterday. I think we can all agree that very talented folks come from many backgrounds and areas. Talent is not exclusive to our colleges and universities. I promoted a non-degreed engineer to run a department, and I had a PhD guy in my face about that quit our company because I selected a non-degreed engineer. But that is not what we are talking about. This is not about a person's worth or value. We should welcome the talent of all types because folks with different skill sets and backgrounds are all important. We have room for everybody in Texas. This bill will degrade our ability to attract top-tier This bill will degrade our ability to attract top-tier academic talent, and it will put Texas universities at a disadvantage competitively with other states. It's bad for Texas, and I will urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 18. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez of El Paso to speak against the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, what kind of university do you want your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren to go to? Do you want them to go to an institution that has world-class scientists, the people who are trying to cure cancer? Do you want them to be mentored or work collaboratively with educators who are at the forefront of creating the technological world we live in, who are building and creating new technologies like AI and even things that we don't even have the understanding of today? Well, how do we create those universities? How do we create these world-class institutions? We allow them to exist by having all the resources and support systems that universities need to thrive. And for 100 years, one of those mechanisms is tenure. You see, professors aren't making millions and billions of dollars, even though they are some of the brightest minds in the country, but instead they say, I am committed to the social good of research and development. But in order to do that research and development, I require some type of academic freedom. I require some type of security. And so tenure has allowed for our universities to be competitive. More than 1,200 U.S. colleges and universities offer tenure to their faculty. What will be the outcome if we take away tenure from our state institutions? Members, we do not live in a silo. In fact, we are part of a actively competitive global economy. And if we don't understand the economics or the competition that exists, then we will not be able to compete on this level. We know that part of the reason that our flagship universities are doing so well is because of tenure track. In fact, about 50% of UT faculty is tenured or on tenure track, and about 70% of Texas A&M faculty is as well. These things are not an accident or a coincidence. These are flagship universities because this tool is vital to the facilitation of world-class institutions. Members, we must remember that we live in a global society. We must remember that we are competing with the New Yorks, or the Arizonas, or the Washingtons, or let's even go outside of the United States, with the Oxfords of the world. And when we take away this tool, when other institutions, other states, other countries are not, we are tying the hands of our institutions. This bill would end the system of tenure in Texas as we know it and make future generations of professors vulnerable to being punished by the state for sharing their knowledge and expertise with students in public institutions of higher education, should we not agree or, probably more importantly, understand the content of their scholarship and work. This bill will pull educators and students from Texas because we cannot provide them with what they need to be successful in our higher education world. Members, we are doing a lot of legislation that will have a vital impact on the future of Texas. But more importantly, this will change our institutions as we know it for the next generation. What do we owe future Texans? And with that, I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Dallas to speak against the bill.
Hook 'em horns. Oh, and I got your attention. Hook 'em horns. You know, Texas has wonderful universities, 3 arguably flagship universities in the University of Texas, Texas A&M, and Rice, where we attract the best and the brightest minds in our professors. But what many of you may not know is that both of my parents were university professors. Both of my parents received tenure. And I remember very clearly what it was like when I was a little girl and my dad came home from Auburn University so proud because he could provide security for his family because he was a tenured professor. And what he had done to achieve that rank. And then I had the privilege to see that again in my mother. She went back and got her PhD while I was in law school and ultimately retired from the University of Connecticut in educational leadership. And I remember when she got tenure, we had a family celebration and a dinner because what it meant was both of my parents had academic freedom. They had security of thought. They had the ability to do research, to test ideas, to challenge our upcoming thinkers, the students of tomorrow, the leaders of our future. That's what tenure does. Our academic institutions are places that cultivate and incubate new ideas, new thoughts, pushing our society and our culture forward. Having places where our students can challenge existing thought, develop critical thinking skills, push our society and our culture in new directions. But we can't have that if we're going to be subject to the political whims of legislatures, of university presidents, of trustees who are subject to political ideologies, and donors. This bill is arguably one of the most harmful that this legislative body is addressing this session. Because when we stifle the intellectual development of our young people, when we limit research possibilities of our society, when we inhibit the free exchange of ideas, whether you agree with me or you disagree with me, the fact is that both sides are safe to express their ideas, their thoughts.
Representative Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Would the lady yield for questions?
In just a moment, I'd like to finish.
Not at this time.
When we inhibit the free exchange of ideas, we take our civilization and our society back in unprecedented levels. Members, this bill is about academic integrity. It's about academic freedom. It's about the right to learn. It's about the right to challenge, the right to express frustrations with our current society, the right to explore what's good about the past, what's bad about the past, and challenge our directions in the future. This bill is so harmful to our state to be able to attract the best of the brightest minds, the best of the brightest students, the best and the brightest faculty. I've had the privilege to tour several of our universities, and the University of Dallas, for example, University of Texas at Dallas, for example, they have amazing research programs in what they're doing, amazing programs with academic and private partnerships, and really challenging the technology for healthcare, science, and everything else. But one of the reasons they're able to do that is because of tenure, because our research professors have the security of their position to challenge notions and push the bounds of all that we can come up with. Members, I strongly encourage you to vote against this bill. This should not be a partisan checklist. This is about the future of our state, the future of our people and their young people and their right to learn freely. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Would the lady yield for questions?
I do.
The lady yields.
Representative, your district, where you, the people you represent, the area that you're from, there's a lot of high tech in that area, right?
Oh, absolutely. My district's awesome, full of very smart people.
And I mean, there's a lot of businesses and industries that produce high income jobs and provide a lot of wealth for the state, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And would it be fair for me to say that, look, those high-tech industries would not have come to this state if we did not have the academic infrastructure to support their industry, to provide them with the labor, the intellectual firepower that they needed for those industries. Would that be right?
Well, absolutely. One of the things that this body has discussed through all of the educational programs, through Representative Van Dever's community college program, for example, are we providing academic curriculum that trains the workers of the future? And we have a lot of public-private relationships with big employers for our community college structure to make sure that we're training the employees of the future and that we're educating them to be able to be an innovative and thinking and critical thinkers and developers and come up with the next greatest thing. And it's so important that we continue to do that as a state.
And my district is neighboring the other Representative Johnson, or one of the three Representative Johnson's districts, and her district has the largest medical center in the United States, right? And that industry, one of the absolute premier medical centers in the entire world would not exist if we did not have the universities and the intellectual capacity to support them. Would that be fair?
Absolutely. Medicine is one of the leading areas that have benefited from academic research and really pushing the bounds at our medical schools along with our traditional four-year institutions.
And like right now, our state, we're having a huge problem recruiting doctors, nurses, and other white-collar staff to fulfill the needs of our state, right?
Oh, absolutely. We are definitely in a job training problem. We have a workforce shortage. So many people are and businesses are having a difficult time hiring appropriately educated workforce. And that is why we need to be expanding every type of educational opportunity we can, not limiting it.
And if we reduce, even at least in the eyes of the public around the nation, we reduce the ranking, the perceived ability of our institutions to provide world-class education, that will probably result in students not wanting to come to Texas or not wanting to stay in Texas for their education. Would that be fair?
Well, absolutely. But not only that is, like the University of Texas has one of the largest faculty endowments. For decades now, they've gone back and forth with Harvard as to who has the largest endowment. And part of that is for tenured professors and full professor chairs. This bill will substantially limit, Rice, UT, A&M from recruiting the leading faculty, the leading thinkers across a variety of disciplines. That will really inhibit the kind of students we can attract. Because when you have the best and the brightest, you have options. You can go anywhere. There's wonderful universities across this country. And if the state of Texas is going to be competitive to attract the best faculty, the best students, because we have the best faculty, then this bill cannot pass.
And so my concern is, even if what we say, people have said, this bill doesn't do all that much. But even if this legislation creates the perception that Texas is no longer friendly towards academic freedom and will not protect, if you're a professor, you may or may not have tenure, whatever it is. That even if that perception is there and professors don't come here, and our students see that, and those students decide not to come to our schools in Texas, that means that we may be cutting off our own employee pipelines, our own tech pipeline. Would that be fair?
Absolutely.
So voting against this legislation would be about not just protecting our academic freedoms, but about protecting our state's own economy, something that we talk about here incessantly, right?
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you, Ms.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Harris to speak against the bill.
Members, I really want to know how we got here. I've heard a lot said about this particular bill, and I've talked to many of you and many of my Republican colleagues. I've asked you the one simple question, and that was, why are we doing this? And I've got a variety of different answers. Many of those answers were surrounding, well, too much money, those professors are not teaching, or, well, the bill really doesn't do anything, or, you know, these teachers are teaching the wrong thing sometimes and you gotta reevaluate. So they're all over the place. And so it's interesting that if this bill really doesn't do anything, then why are we doing it? This is, once again, one of those, we're gonna over-regulate or we're gonna over-legislate nothing. If this bill doesn't do anything, if we allow universities to do what universities need to do, we often, or all the time we pass bills, we go to those special interest people because they come to us and say, hey, we have a problem, we need it addressed. But I talked to many of the universities and none of them said that they asked for this to happen. None of them said that this was even necessary. So the question has to be, how did we get here? The conversation happened over and over and over again. Why is there an attack on education? How all of a sudden, after all of these years of tenure being in place, now it is important that we start to regulate professors. We're even starting to regulate teachers. And it's all based on what everybody knows, and that is the leftist ideology that is permeating the walls of the institutions of higher education and in our schools, are indoctrinating our children. When in fact, that is the direct opposite. We don't want to overregulate education. We don't want to overregulate what our children and how our children think. I wish I could regulate how some of you think, because your ideologies and your thought processes are way out of control. You're saying that you believe in law and order, you don't want to be over-regulated, and here we are over-regulating. We heard and watched as every single day, we're banning books, and now because we're trying to make sure that we're putting a certain ideology in place. If the left ideology is so bad, how is not the right ideology good? Because it's not. It's simply not. The ideology is out of control. Most of you don't even believe half the bills that you vote on. And yet you still do it because you're being told to. But we don't know what this bill does. There is an attack on primary and secondary schools where we know there is a teacher shortage. There is a teacher shortage, and everybody says they care about education, but you don't care enough to make sure that we're taking care of the teachers that are teaching our elementary, middle, and high schools. And now that wasn't enough. You said, well, let's just go and attack professors. Let's attack professors. Let's attack how they teach. Because if, in fact, they start to teach critical race theory, we need to reevaluate them and get them out. The president and the Board of Regents can already do what you are saying you are trying to do with this bill. So why are we doing it? Once again, overregulating and legislating nothing. So, I want to just say this as I simply close, because I don't want to take a lot of time. The pendulum will swing back, and every harmful, hateful, idiotic bill that you put forth that is overregulating everything, rest assured, it will come back and get you. You will reap what you sow. So be mindful of all the things that are happening as we are passing these bills to overregulate, legislate everything in this building. That pendulum will swing, and you are going to cry and say this is wrong.
Representative Cole, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely.
Yes, he will.
Representative Jarvis, are you aware that Senate Bill 16 promoted critical race theory, banning it from our colleges?
Yes, ma'am.
And that bill contained language that is in this bill. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us if there's any coherent definition of critical race theory?
No, ma'am. It's a theory. That's what I have, it's hurt my brain to continue to talk about a theory. That's why you go to college, to be a critical thinker, to think critically, not to think singularly, not to think just one way, but to have a broad perspective of life. And that is in everything. It is a thought of identifying problems that may have existed and finding out what those problems are and addressing them. But somehow people have taken critical race theory as an attack on the white race. It's not. Not at all. It's simply an ideology of thinking of how race is a factor in this country. All races, not just one race, but all. While it may be pointed at one particular race, but we look at it holistically. And so we have to do better. My colleagues must get educated a lot more about understanding what critical race theory is. Literally, the ideology of simply thinking broadly about race is what my belief is.
And are you aware that there was a book, the 1619 Project, that received a Pulitzer Award-winning professor, and she wrote a book about slavery. And in that book, she details the history of slavery. And that book led to this critical race theory assault. Are you aware of that?
She also was in jeopardy of losing her tenure, I think, as well, simply because she brought up and made aware. And there's nothing wrong with people educating themselves. The history is the history. And everybody always says, if you don't know your history, then you certainly won't know your future. And so we have to make sure that it's okay to educate yourself, even if it's a bad history, even if it's a history that makes you feel a little uncomfortable. But that way, we know it won't repeat itself. So it's always important. It's not an attack. It's not an attack on anyone. It's just simply an ideology to open your mind, to read, to have understanding so that we can move forward and move beyond the barriers that now exist. But unfortunately, people like to bury their head in the sand and pretend like nothing ever happened, and the problems that exist are only the problems of the people that made them themselves right now, without addressing things that happened in the past that led up to who you are today. Everything that you have done in the past will impact what you do in the future. And that's all we're trying to do, is to help people think critically.
So are you concerned that the history of slavery is one of the reasons that we see this attack on tenure and banning of books in our schools?
Say that one more time.
Are you aware, or do you contend that the history of slavery is one of the reasons that we are seeing this ban on books and attempts to attack tenure in our schools?
Sure, it's one of the factors. One of the factors is because, again, people don't want to talk about slavery. It makes people feel uncomfortable. And because they feel uncomfortable, because they're fragile, they think children are just as fragile as them. And so they want to make sure that their children don't feel the way they feel. And so they want to isolate their children from the history that created this country. And so they get a little intimidated, they get a little nervous, and they want to bubble wrap their children, hoping that that will make them better people because they are only have one-sided thought process or a singular thought
Gentleman's
process.
time has expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Reynolds in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I believe that each and every one of us has a duty to be truthful, transparent, and honest. And I believe in speaking truth to power. Let's be honest about what Senate Bill 18 is. This is a MAGA extremist bill that is designed to stop this, quote, wokeness. It is a partisan bill, a solution in search of a problem. This is a bill on the false notion that we're going to target those professors, those liberal college professors that are indoctrinating students on issues concerning race and gender and sexuality, issues of impacting LGBTQ community. And this is our way of silencing them so that they don't indoctrinate these young students to be liberal. That is what this bill is designed to do. This is absolutely appalling that we would try to stifle free speech. Colleges and universities are there to teach, regardless of the subject matter, accurate history. We can't whitewash things that we don't like. We can't whitewash things that we're not proud of. We know that there are many atrocities, many injustices that happen in this country. And America's original sin was slavery. And yes, there was a time that we had slaves, that we had Jim Crow laws. And we can't etch-a-sketch that and make it go away by not talking about it or trying to have alternative language about it. It is what it is. Whether we're comfortable with it or not, it happened. And our students, they have a sense of learning, and it helps them to understand so that we can adapt and that we can understand and learn from our past mistakes. And so this is something that we should promote. We should be celebrating the fact that students are there in higher education and they're learning, because the only way that you prevent mistakes from the past is to learn from it so you don't repeat it. And I'm afraid, members, that unfortunately that we're going backwards. We're going backwards when we've made tremendous progress by
Mr. Manuel,
having
for what
people
purpose?
of all.
Would the gentleman yield
Will the gentleman yield for
quick
questions?
I will shortly.
Not at this time.
I want to make sure that we as a body, we owe it to all students and faculty to protect free speech and not go after them for partisan politics, not allow them to be pawns, political pawns, used to score cheap political points. We're better than that. And this bill is one of those bills that does that. Just like the notion that we did yesterday of ending diversity, equity, and inclusion. There are so many issues that we should be focusing on that we sidestep, issues that people really care about, like making sure that we have Medicaid expansion and common sense gun reform legislation as we enter the 1-year anniversary of the 21 that lost their lives in Uvalde. Those are the things that we should be focusing on. Access to health care, making sure teachers have a pay raise, making sure that we have a livable wage, climate change and clean air, addressing criminal justice reforms and systemic disparities within our criminal justice system. But yet we're focused on hyper-partisan issues that only divide us. Now, tenure is as American as anything else. Having been around American campuses since the early 1900s, we have heard from committee faculty around the state that the passage of this bill will run our top talent away from this state, and they're going to go to other states. So if you want them to go to California and New York, who we're always railing against, then that's what this bill is going to do. Just in this past decade, Texas now possesses more Tier 1 and Tier 2 universities and added more Tier 1 and Tier 2 universities than any other state in the country. These tiers are measured in PhDs granted and research expenditures per year. Members, I want to make clear, these accomplishments of our state are because of our faculty and the talent we cultivate and attract in Texas. In 2020, total research expenditures from Texas higher education institutions amounted in $6.3 billion. These are billions of competitive dollars of our industry-leading faculty bring in every year to our schools. 50% of the faculty at UT Austin and 70% at Texas A&M are either tenured or on tenure track, as common for Tier 1 doctoral universities. This is the real kicker, though. Despite Texas having the highest population of African Americans and 13.2% of the population, African Americans make up only roughly 4.5% of full-time faculty at UT Austin, and Texas A&M is even worse, at less than 3.6%. When it comes to tenure staff, it's even worse than that. Only 4%. A measly 4% of the faculty in the entire state of Texas is African American. We are already a minority when it comes to tenure faculty, and legislation like Senate Bill 18 is going to drive these numbers down even further. I cannot imagine we want to attack a pillar of higher education that is essential to learning our tenure faculty and have tenure in name only. When it comes to leadership and what they're doing, it's systemically halting our acceleration as a national leader of top talent and academic innovation. We are supposed to be the greatest state in the country, and we are. But what we're doing is merely setting us back. And we must do better. And I ask you, I urge you to do the right thing, to be statesmen, to be above the partisan politics, and do what's in the best interest of students, faculty, and staff. And I heard from college professors, and they were unequivocally against Senate Bill 18. I heard from many students at the University of Texas that Texas A&M and other universities that were opposed to it, that waited hours to testify. This is going to have a disparate impact. This is going to drive those numbers down. This, members, is wrong. And I urge you to do the right thing. And I'll end with a quote by Dr. King. He said it best, that the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands during times of comfort and convenience, but where he stands during times of challenge and controversy. And I know that we're in a time of challenge and controversy with all the hyper-partisan politics in D.C., but don't let that penetrate to Austin. Don't let that penetrate to the Capitol. I love this body and the fact that we can work together in a bipartisan basis, that we can work side by side and do what's best for Texas. Democrats, Republicans, independents, African Americans, Hispanics, Asians. This is what makes us better. United we stand, divided we fall. This bill needs to be voted down. Thank you. And I'll yield for any questions.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
I'll yield.
The gentleman
Yes.
will yield.
I have a couple of quick questions. One of them is, Do you believe that that affirmative action was put in place to make sure that we are learning from one another, so that we're around different communities rather than just being insular with one type or one group of people?
Absolutely. Our diversity is our strength. When we come together in an environment, we help bring down a better understanding so that we can end false notions and myths and things that we see on the media that all blacks are this or all whites are that. I have to educate people that have only been around one race that no, all white people are not prejudiced, or all black people are not criminals, or all Asians are not this, or all Hispanics are not that. So when we come together in a higher learning environment around people of different races, of different ethnicities, of different faiths, it helps us to better understand so that we learn from them. Just like I've learned as a Christian, I've learned from my Muslim brothers and sisters, and that helps me to be a well-rounded person, and I can dismiss those notions that they want their terrorists.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes Representative Kemple to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 18. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Kemple voting aye. Members, you have time to vote. You have time to vote, members. Have all voted. 83 ayes and 61 nays. Senate Bill 18 is finally passed. Shall I recognize Representative Kane for recognition?
They're literally walking up right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you know, it's been said that while a mother gives you life, a mother-in-law gives you her life. So, Gami, thank you for letting me marry your perfect and strong-willed daughter. You might be my mother-in-law, but you'll always be one of my dearest friends. Thank you, Gami. You gotta kiss up.
Chair lays out third reading Senate Bill 1418. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1418 by La Mantia relating to the route designation for the issuance of a permit for the movement of oversized and overweight vehicles in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Representative Lopez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill extends our weight corridor in my district. For my port, I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
It's mine. Morales, yes. Yes.
Amendment by Morales of Maverick.
Chair recognizes Representative Morales of Maverick to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this sets up the port in the district acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Representative Morales sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Lopez.
I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage Senate Bill 1418. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 1418 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1070. Clerk. Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks from Senate Bill 18 from the front and back might be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1070. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1070 by Hughes relating to the Interstate Voter Registration Cross-Check Program.
Chair recognizes Representative Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1070 ensures that adequate guardrails to ensure we are receiving permanent
Representative Busey, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman will yield.
Thank you, Representative Jatan. This bill is about list maintenance, which I think we can all agree is important, and I want to be very clear that I support proper list maintenance. I think we all do. And as a brief aside, believe the most important thing we could do here is online voter registration, but that's for another day. So let me ask you about specifically, can you talk about the various provisions of this bill that facilitate proper list maintenance and why you think that's also important?
Sure. Within this bill, it primarily focuses in on what information is provided between the cross-check system and the state for identification of potentially convicted felons, registered to vote in more than one state, and then puts in parameters for what the private system must possess and how much it can cost.
You know, part of, I think, the concern anytime we discuss list maintenance is, are we engaging in strong match versus weak match? And is the data source good so we avoid purges, accidental people getting taken off the list, which we've seen even very recently in Texas. Can you speak to that at all? Any safeguards or guardrails so we make sure that nobody is being accidentally removed from the list? We want to make sure as people,
Sure.
get to retain their right to vote.
Yes, it's absolutely important that we have good information that's exchanged between the states when you're looking at things that are such as the National Change of Address system. The information that's provided for a hard match needs to include, not only their name, but also identification features such as security numbers, date of births, different parameters like that to ensure that we're keeping our list clean and only purging out those that have a strong match.
Working on this bill with you, it kind of has two groups taking some control here. Agency doing some things directly, also allows contract with a private entity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So can you talk about some of the sorts of reasons we want that two-pronged approach or how that looks?
I think that we want to have the flexibility in place for either a state program to exist to coordinate between the states or allow for a private entity such as what we're dealing with right now with Eric to be able to help manage that data between the states.
I got a few questions yesterday because we were going kind of fast about my amendment, which you accepted, and I appreciate you working on this bill with me. We did a few things. First, there was concern about the initial bill identifying people convicted of a felony instead of identifying people not qualified to vote under Section 11.002. With my amendment, we fixed that. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And the reason behind that, and I got a handful of questions on this, is we wanted to make sure this matched the standards for eligibility to be able to vote and not, some new standard not related to Texas law. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. And Representative Reynolds was also interested in putting together that amendment and appreciate their work on making sure that we perfected this bill.
Yeah, and you're right. Representative Reynolds had something similar, and so I want to make sure we were addressing that concern that we had heard. I think part of the reason it's so important is to avoid, any kind of purge where someone who's eligible to vote would somehow be removed from this list, show up on election day, and then not be able to cast their ballot. So I think in the case, it could be folks who have served their time and discharged and sentenced and re-enter society, correct? That's what we're making sure that those people don't lose the right.
I might have missed some of that. Yeah, we want to make sure that there's parameters in place that only hard matches, only those that aren't qualified to vote in the state are purged from the list.
So our amendment made sure we matched current law with this standard yesterday.
That's correct.
It also, one of the things I just heard about earlier today was concerns about privacy and where will the next cross-check go. With the amendment we did, it requires background checks for any vendor's employees, right? Not just top brass, all of the employees will have to have that background check. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So why do you think that's important for safety and protection around our voting data?
Well, as you know, the last thing we want to happen is a data breach or information to be shared with anyone outside of those that are supposed to have it, that aren't, that are doing anything outside of voter cross-check within from state to state. We want to make sure that we're protecting people's privacy.
I think as whether it's through Eric or any cross-check, we want to make sure that we have the strongest list maintenance possible, but also that nobody's data is breached, that everyone can feel secure as they participate in their democratic process. Again, I think one of the things we did on the amendment, and I thank you for working with me on it, is the National Change of Address Registry. This is a secure data set of approximately 160 million permanent change of addresses, records constructed from names and addresses of individuals, families, and businesses who have filed a change of address with the Postal Service. Isn't that correct, what the National Change of Address is?
That's correct, yes.
Why is it so important, Standard, that the vendor contract with and work with the SOS writ large on this?
Sure. That set of information paired with any other information from other states, DPS, vital statistics, whatever it may be, the more sources they have, especially reliable sources like the National Change of Address database, is a helpful, definitely a helpful component to ensure that we're getting good information.
Reporting from March says that the same day that Florida backed out of ERIC, a case of a man voting twice in the 2020 election was found thanks to data that Julie Marcus, the election supervisor in Pinellas County, where the case occurred, says that information from Virginia to Florida came down through ERIC. This indicates that the reliable and tested system of interstate voter data via ERIC is necessary and, in fact, better to voter integrity. That's an example of what we try to do at Crosscheck. Is that not correct?
That's absolutely correct.
So in this case, being in a system like ERIC helped to ensure that this person did not vote twice from Virginia to Florida.
That's absolutely correct. Our intention is to remain with an interstate voter registration cross-check program. It is important to election integrity.
So let me just ask, based on this bill, if we were to leave ERIC, are there currently alternatives, or where are we headed?
I know that there are definitely states that are exploring alternatives, and we want to make sure that while those are being discussed and viewed, that that this legislature puts in parameters that we want to make sure we have from our future program. And that could be whether we stick with ERIC and ERIC complies with that, or we go to a different system. I think that we have a responsibility to make sure that we are sharing pertinent information only, receiving pertinent information only, and getting a good return on investment.
But to be clear, we could stick with ERIC.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, and so I think you agree with me, just to kind of wrap this up, that based on that one specific example, it's so important that we have a cross-check and we have a reliable one that protects voters' privacy while giving the SOS strong list maintenance. You agree with that?
Absolutely. I feel pretty confident that everybody in this room would like for us to remain within an interstate cross-check registration program.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman will yield.
Thank you, Representative Chaton. So, and I appreciate your dialogue with Representative Busey. I think I understand some of what you're trying to do here a little bit better, but I heard you just say that it's possible that Texas could remain in ERIC with the passage or the enactment of this bill into law. So if that is the case, what is the goal of the bill? What is the purpose of what you're trying to do here?
The purpose of the bill is to make sure that we have parameters for what information is shared, not shared, and that we're getting a good return on investment.
A good return on investment?
Good return on investment for yes.
And you put cost guardrails, probably shouldn't use guardrails as a term. You put cost constraints into this bill, is that right?
We did, yes.
Okay, and what are those?
So if you look at page 2, it starts on line 6. We go into, or line 8 goes into the cost to begin operations for a system under the section is $100,000. The cost to continue operations with the system under subsection A2 may not exceed $1 for each voter identified under subsection A2.
Okay, so startup costs cannot exceed $100,000, and then may not exceed $1 per each voter identified.
That's correct.
So how much is the state currently spending with its partnership with ERIC?
So it's a little bit muddy on how many matches and how much information is shared between the state and ERIC, and how many of them end up being matches. And so a pretty important part of what this looks like going forward is more transparency in those numbers. And that's why, if you look at, we also included in there that the state shall record information related to the system under Section A2 and shall submit to the legislature a report on that information.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Move passage.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to this bill because I don't think it's necessary, and I don't think we've heard at least I haven't heard an explanation of why this legislation is necessary. What I have observed over the last few months is a growing campaign across the country to separate states' voter registration rolls and cross-check systems from ERIC. That is a national system that, by all accounts, seems to have gotten good results for Texas and for many other states, ERIC being the Electronic Registration Information Center. And the data shows that since Texas partnered with ERIC back in 2020, that Texas has identified, and this is data from June of last year, of 2022, ERIC data indicates they helped Texas identify 100,000 in-state duplicate voters and another 100,000 duplicates of people who moved in or out of state. And so then those lists, those duplicates were sent to counties to investigate so that they could do their due diligence and clean up their voter rolls if need be. And I thought this was the exact type of thing that we all wanted to see happen, irrespective of our party or what part of the state we're from, whether we represent a large county or a small county, that we want to ensure that our voter rolls are of high quality data, that we don't have duplicates, that we don't inadvertently have someone who is registered in one county and also registered in another county. And so I don't know what the problem is that this legislation is seeking to solve. Now, we ran out of time on Mr. Jatan's layout there, but what I wanted to ask him was with respect to the cost. The bill says that the cost will be limited to $100,000 for startup and then $1 per voter identified. And the data I've looked at indicates that the state is spending about $1.5 million annually. And so it begs the question, is the cost constraint contained in the bill a device to disqualify ERIC from being the partner that Texas partners with to maintain its voter roll quality? Because if the state can't afford it based on the language in this bill, then we have to find other alternatives. And other alternatives are deeply concerning to me. So I'm reading from a Texas Tribune Vote Beat article from March. And so one excerpt is: a smattering of activist groups have publicly signaled interest in creating a replacement for ERIC, though none appears to have access to the breadth of data ERIC uses. At least one option considered is funded by MyPillow CEO and well-known election conspiracy theorist Mike Lindell. And so, is that what we're going to do with taxpayer monies? We're going to outsource this really important work to Mike Lindell, the MyPillow guy? And so, I think that regardless of where you fall ideologically, again, what part of the state you represent, we want to ensure that our voter rolls are of high caliber. And this is pretty specialized work. Not any fly-by-night startup company can do this work at a high level, the level that our taxpayers and our voters deserve. And so when we have a partner that we've been working with now for 3 years that has already helped us identify at least 100,000 people who shouldn't be on the rolls and 100,000 people who may be in other states and shouldn't be on those rolls, then what is the problem we are trying to solve? And that is the fundamental question I'm asking, and that's why I intend to vote against this bill.
Representative Bianchio, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to yield.
The gentleman will yield.
Thank you. Representative Turner, I think your admonition about politics playing a role in this bill should be concerning. You will recall that just a few years ago, when a Secretary of State who later was not confirmed, Secretary of State Whitley, tried to play politics with a voter purge, 100,000 U.S. citizens, Texans, got kicked off the voter rolls. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
and that was a matching problem that they had where they didn't do the proper work. Likewise with Eric, now you have, and this is a completely new Secretary of State, one whom both you and I have had an opportunity to work with and think highly of.
Absolutely.
But now we're essentially handcuffing her and saying, you can only spend a certain amount on this voter verification process. We're going to cap that at $100,000, even though the incumbent system was $115,000. Is that your understanding?
The incumbent system, if the information I'm looking at is correct, is $1.5 million per year. So significantly higher than the $100,000 that is contemplated in this legislation.
And what I was speaking about were the Eric dues, which stand at about $115,000. And then, but this bill artificially places a $100,000 cap, which doesn't seem to be correlated to any dues of any other competitive system. Is that right?
That's my understanding, and that's why I raised the concern about some of these startup or fly-by-night companies that people are creating in an effort to provide states another option besides ERIC. But I think there's real questions about, do they have the capability to even do a good job with it? Can they be trusted with sensitive data? And will it be a good investment of taxpayer resources? And those are very real questions that I continue to have.
And we have never, in our history as legislators, we've been here for a while, ever heard a complaint about ERIC. In fact, even the author testified to the fact that, no, ERIC works. But now, apparently, there's this conspiracy theory from a pillow guy in this very fringe ecosystem, and we are acting on it in this legislature. Can you draw a direct line to the conspiracy theory and the fact that this bill is on the House floor today?
Well, that's absolutely right, and that's what's most concerning, is that this really seems to be based in a fringe conspiracy theory that really, I think, is one more ugly byproduct from the fallout of the 2020 presidential election, and the big lie that there was all kinds of election irregularities around the country and the election was stolen, lies that we know have been debunked repeatedly by federal courts, by the Congress. You and I think, have discussed those issues standing in the exact places we are right now and debunked them on this floor. But this strain of conspiracy theory seems to stem out of that very same big lie. And so, to that point, the first state to leave ERIC was Louisiana. The second state was Alabama. I don't know why we want to follow Louisiana and Alabama on matters of voter security and voter data integrity. But when those departures happened, they were celebrated by former President Trump, again, embracing the lies and the fallacies that stem out of the 2020 presidential election.
And in the end, ERIC was adopted under Republican administrations, was something that was really promoted by Republicans, and now, because this small fringe conspiracy theory happens to win the day, we are going to pull out of a system that is, even in the author's own words, effective at stopping voter fraud.
Absolutely, and I just, that's why I don't understand why we have this bill before us, particularly when we know that data shows that ERIC has helped Texas identify duplicate registrations, and that's exactly what we should be trying to do.
Got it. When we do matches on witness or on voter lists, this it has been a criticism of match protocols in the past that people, for example, with Hispanic surnames or Asian surnames that oftentimes are transposed on intake forms and are often false positives or false negatives due to human error, are impacted. The ERIC protocols were designed to help that, were they not?
That's exactly right, and it speaks to the complexity of this type of work that is not...
Gentleman, time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1070. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Jatan voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia voting nay. Have all members voted? There have been 85 ayes and 61 nays. SB 1070 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1750. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1750 by Betancourt relating to abolishing the county elections administrator position in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I believe we have some amendments, though, real quick, so could we maybe handle those?
Could be on an amendment, which I didn't know he had.
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose? Okay.
I'll wait for his layout.
Thank you. Since the implementation of the election administrator, each election has been a disaster in Harris County. Election results with more votes than voters, malfunctioning equipment, inadequate training, counter-effective election worker placement, poor polling place acquisition, incorrect ballots, wrong size paper, poorly maintained voter rolls, and more. So the county's failed to remedy these issues. I believe it's time that the elections in counties over 3.5 million be returned to the accountability of elected officials. In fact, those are Democrat elected officials, the Harris County Clerk and the Harris County Tax Assessor Collector. In fact, this system works in 120 counties here in this state. And when Harris County was still using the combined system of the Harris County Clerk and the Tax Assessor Collector during those times of need, they had over 1,000 people staffed and ready to work. So I think we can be efficient by returning it to those. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I move passage.
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Kane, if your bill were to pass, where would the authority to run the elections go?
Back to where it was prior to 2020, in the
So
county clerk and tax
To
assessor
elected
election.
officials?
To the elected officials, that's correct.
'Cause I
Members
don't-
of a different party than ours as well. I think it's important to note.
I mean, I've been hearing that this is a partisan bill, but what party are the two persons who would get the election authority in Harris County?
That would be the controlling party of Harris County. They'd be Democrats.
So we have a Democrat county clerk
Yes, I trusted the elected officials to be in charge. That's
and a
correct.
Democrat tax assessor collector who would be in charge of voter registration.
Well, yes, for registering and running the elections. That's correct.
So is the idea that you would have somebody who is then accountable as opposed to an unelected person who we can't seem to get a hold of and isn't accountable to the voters?
That's the entire purpose. Yes, sir.
Now, for example, in my district, where, as you know, the new machines that they've done require paper, and because there are 2 sheets per, you need 2 sheets per voter, I had, with this effect where I had a precinct in my district that required, based on the anticipated voter turnout, 6 reams of paper, and were given 1 ream of paper, would that give me an elected official that I could go to complain about that instead of somebody who's been appointed by the county?
Yeah, absolutely. There's not some wall between you and that elected official, so you can hold them accountable.
So then when they came out at 5:45 p.m. to provide the other 5 reams of paper so that they could claim they gave us the correct amount of paper for that precinct, instead of having a non-elected elections administrator that I can't vote against, and none of my voters who didn't get to vote can vote against, my voters will be able to complain to the elected county clerk who runs the election day activities?
Yes, they just as our people have access to our offices, they'd have access to an elected official.
And so, in your bill, what would be the trigger that would allow the election administrator to be removed?
The clock. The trigger for this is September 1st, 2023. There's no triggering. Yes, sir.
So from this point on, we would return our elections to the elected representatives of the people who would
Yes.
then be accountable to the people whose elections they are administering.
That's correct, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, Mr. Reynolds, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
yields.
Thank you, Chairman Kane. How were the Harris County elections in 2022 different from past elections?
All right, for the primary, we had mapping was incorrect, leading to incorrect ballot styles, not enough paper or ink to perform the logic and accuracy testing. Staff at places judges not hired until 3 to 4 weeks before the election. That caused a lot of confusion. Placement of judges at the wrong place moved presiding judges to fill assistant judges' positions, but Democrat presiding judges in Republican polls and vice versa. They claimed polling locations were unavailable when they were. Poor training, first-time handlers, paper jams, supply runouts. There was actually a Republican poll that literally had the wrong size paper. Let me help you guys understand this. Harris County's got the longest ballot in the country. It's supposed to be on legal size. If I give you 8.5 by 11 paper, you are missing votes, meaning when it's then scanned, it never scanned the vote never counted, there's no auditing, there's no checking. That happened. That is an extreme tragedy. Would you like me to keep going, sir?
Well, this was the first midterm election that Harris County used countywide polling places. Paper receipts for ballots were required thanks to SB 1, and turnout was higher than expected in person because of the mail-in ballot rejections and concerns after SB 1. Isn't that correct?
No, I disagree.
Would that not factor into the administrative issues we saw in 2022?
No, because
in
other
Harris
large
County
counties had their
elections?
first time doing paper as well, and they did not have the same problems.
Compounded with the fact that the elections administrator was pushed out and a new one placed in just 3 months prior to the election that they had to manage? Isn't that true?
Your timeline may be accurate, but I'm not going to say that correlation equals causation, sir.
Did the county, Harris County, also just get new voting machines?
We got new voting machines. They had plenty of time to train on them. Other counties got new voting machines. They did not have the same issues.
Are you aware of any improvements that the Harris County Elections Administrative Office is currently undertaking?
Well, I do hope they're undertaking some improvements, and I think they're going to be further improved come September 1st of this year when we transfer these duties back to the elected folks in Harris County.
Why is an election administrator not an appropriate way to administer an election in a county of this size?
Well, I think that's literally why we're here today, because it's shown that counties over 3.5 million seem to have problems with getting it correct, when other comparable counties have not had these issues at all.
Well, let's talk about that. There were problems with an election administrator that relate to this bill's purpose. For example, Bell County was sued by civil rights groups to extend their polling places hours on election day in November 22 because of technical malfunctions.
Yeah,
Collin
we do that
County,
every
let me
single
finish
election.
My statement.
We have.
Collin County was found to be short 1 to 3 of bowling centers it was required to have in the 2018 election. Both of these counties also have elections administrator, but their problems are not addressed here. Why are they not included?
They're not addressed because those are single one-offs. I could continue to read to you all the problems we've had. It's not just, polls needing to be kept open later or closing early. Those are really common occurrences. I mean, that happens every time in Harris County, whether or not we're under elected or not. These are different issues.
Can you tell me any other time our legislature has passed a bill with a bracket applying to only one county and a purpose applying to removing only one office?
Repeat, how many times we passed a bill that applies to only one county?
And only one office, the elections administrator.
That deals with just this?
Yes.
I think we had one on second reading that was similar yesterday. That is a bill that's going to be up next, but no, I assume it may be the first, sir.
How did you decide on this population threshold? Why was it changed from 1 million in an earlier version of the bill, and now it's 3.5 million?
Yeah. As kind of we noted yesterday, the Senate author, Senator Betancourt, had reached out to other large counties doing a survey, asking them their issues, and the survey, kind of the responses showed that they were not the kind of substantial and kind of systemic issues that are going on in Harris County. So the decision was made that since they weren't having those issues, to bracket it to counties of 3.5 million or more, because apparently the issue is really about very, very large counties.
Now, Representative Kane, I mean, we're having a fun and bite dialogue. Wouldn't you admit that this bill is targeted towards Harris County and Harris County only of all 254 counties in this state?
It is crafted with a population threshold of any county that is over 3.5 million. Currently, that county is Harris County. But when we look at places like Jefferson County with Democrats, they've got a wonderful EA over there. People brag about or their clerk. And I understand it's actually a member of the other party, and all the Republicans love her. We see plenty of counties with EAs that work. It's not working in Harris County after multiple attempts.
Representative Kane, wouldn't you admit that this is a partisan attack on the...
Gentleman's time's expired. Members, on behalf of Representative Manuel and I, I'd like to make an announcement that Mike Hamilton Jr. and his family, son of the late, great Mike Tuffy Hamilton, has brought dozens of pies and cakes. They have been cut up. They are in the back hall for your pleasure. Eat all of them, get a lot of sugar, come back in here, fall asleep, and we'll pass a lot of bills. So, yeah. So thank y'all. Take advantage of the Hamilton family's generosity. The chair recognizes Mr. Emanuel for recognition.
Members, I promise I'll be short. For all of you who remember and knew Representative Mike Hamilton, he was such a great and loving person. His family wanted to make sure that they brought something here because they appreciate you all remembering him so fondly. And this is an appreciation from the bottom of their heart and saying thank you so much for always taking care of their dad and not forgetting who he is. So thank you so much. The Speaker and I appreciate you.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill reverts the duties of the office to the Office of Elections Administrator has been abolished to the county clerk and the tax assessor collector, creating by default an antiquated and bifurcated system. There are both the historical and racial considerations as well as the practical considerations about efficiency and the ability to put on the best elections possible. The goal of this legislation, as told in committee and described to this body today, is to return the control of elections to an elected official who is accountable to the voters in the community. This amendment undergirds and reinforces that goal. It permits the County Commissioners Court to provide written order of the transfer of those duties and functions to consolidate them to one elected office by ensuring voters will know exactly who is accountable for elections in their county and not allowing any elected official to scapegoat or obfuscate as to which duties belong to them. There will be transparency. I repeat, there will be transparency and clarity for voters. And this, I believe, is something that the Harris County Commissioners would be able to help
Will the
their
gentleman yield for some
elections.
questions?
And with
Gentleman
that,
yield for questions.
Yes, I'll
Gentleman
yield.
yields for questions.
Representative Reynolds, I want to understand your amendment. It is saying that the Commissioners Court can decide where the election responsibilities go to. Is that correct?
Absolutely. The Commissioners Court is duly elected by the constituents within their county. And so this gives accountability and an elected body to decide where and who is to administer the elections.
So, and it's one of two choices, right? It's either the taxes, right now, without this amendment, some of the responsibilities, voting registration, goes to tax assessor collector. A lot of the election administration would fall to the clerk's office. Is that
That is correct.
One of the things, tell me if I'm wrong, one of the things we've heard for the quote-unquote reason behind a bill like this is we want an accountable elected official and we want to run efficient elections. Is that some of the argument you've heard?
That is the arguments that I've
Whether
heard
that's
from the
grounded
bill
in
author.
fact or not, we've had, there were problems long in the past when Harris County was a red county or it was a blue
That is
county
correct.
or it was back in the clerk. So whether there's facts based in those statements or not, the stated point was we want accountability under an elected office, correct?
That is the stated point that was made, but I will tell you, in my opinion, I believe that this bill is a solution in search of a problem. This is a partisan bill that, in my opinion, is designed to take away local control from an elected Democrat county judge and majority Democrat elected officials in Harris County and Harris County only.
Because under the current policy, there is accountability, right? The Commissioners Court makes this decision. They're elected officials.
Absolutely.
We have a lot of appointed positions. There's still accountability back to the elected
There's
officials. with that
accountability. And in
authority,
fact, if the voters don't like the decision of Commissioners Court, guess what? Just like you and I, they will fire us and they will no longer be able to make those decisions. So this is taking away local control from the citizens of Harris County that duly elected their commissioners.
Just on the amendment, though, let's give everyone for or against this bill benefit of the doubt, and let's talk about your amendment and what you're trying to do. You're trying to say, okay, the Commissioners Court, an elected body, has the authority to decide to send it back, bifurcate the process to both offices, choose to put it in one office or the other. And again, given the benefit of the doubt, the stated goal is we want an efficiently run election. The argument I've heard and the reason for this amendment is if we can put it into one office, we can have one elected official, one with the accountability system, then we can run that efficient election process that we quote unquote heard is needed, right? And I'm not agreeing with that. I'm just saying benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to get to the heart of what you're trying to accomplish here.
No, I think your point is well taken. I think you're absolutely right. In fact, I don't think anyone probably understands the issue as clearly as you do, having served on the elections committee for, I believe, several terms now and been a former party chair. I believe you understand the nuances, and I think you stated very accurately.
You know, I've heard one of the reasons why we shouldn't take your amendment is because we either bifurcate in counties or we have an election administrator in county, and that's how it's done in 254 counties. But with the passage of this bill, we're now going to have 3 systems in the state. We're going to have 253 counties that have option A or option B, and then we're going to have Harris County with its own set of rules with the passage of this bill. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly.
So the idea that we wouldn't take this amendment because it would violate one of our 2 systems, well, we're going to have 3 systems now in the state of Texas.
You're absolutely correct. This is simply targeting with surgical precision one county out of all 254 counties in this state to do exactly what you just articulated. This is to punish. I'm not mincing my words. I'm being very crystal clear. This is to punish and take away local control from the Harris County Commissioners Court and basically force their hands to give them what we prescribe that they should do. And this certainly goes against everything that would go towards local control.
I read your amendment, and it seems to me, and I hope the body's listening, if the goal is to run an efficient election under an elected official, okay, putting the bill aside of getting rid of the appointed elected official, the appointed official, and having it under an elected official, we should pass your amendment so we can run the most clean, efficient election, because the stated goal is let's have a clean, efficient election in Harris County. You have a good amendment, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, members. Like, just to be clear, this amendment, it's not what it would do. So it either returns it to allow them to perform their functions, or actually allows them to agree that they would combine their functions. So the bill already kind of allows for some flexibility, but then I have to respectfully oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you believe in local control, then support this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds sends out an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Kane voting nay, Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Ms. Wally voting aye. Ms. Morales of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 63 ayes and 84 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply delays the effective date of this bill so that it goes into effect after this November's election and not in the middle of that election. By September 1st, many election processes and procedures are underway, and any disruption to them will have negative impacts to the citizens of Harris County and will impede the free exercise of their voting rights. Specifically, thinking of military voters. And I know all of us love our troops that are particularly serving abroad, and senior citizens who vote by mail. How many materials must be redesigned and reprinted, envelopes, forms, and otherwise. Thinking of college students and first-time voters, how many voter registration forms will have to be reprinted, and what happens if your mail are in the voter registration to an office which no longer exists? If our goal is to ensure functional, efficient, and well-run elections, it is absolutely, unequivocally imperative that we force this change in the middle of an election, but instead do it right after that. We must exercise every caution to avoid causing further problems and disruptions in the name of solving problems and disruptions. Members, this is a discrete change that does not in any way undermine the intent of the bill, and with that, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for questions.
The gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Reynolds, thank you. This is as I understand it, this is a proposal that just impacts Harris County. Is that correct?
It's only Harris County and Harris County alone.
And as I understand it, this is an amendment to get an additional concession that the local county commissioners, local government authorities, is something they think they need?
Yes.
And so, in the greater context, we have these proposals that are going to create new laws, and this proposal combined with another proposal makes it difficult for Harris County to do anything without being subject to some kind of oversight. And is that why you're saying, well, we better get what we need now because we might not be able to do it when we go home?
Absolutely.
Okay, and just maybe tell me about that. I mean, what is the conversation that, why does the county feel like they need extra implementation time? Is there something going on this fall?
Well, absolutely. I mean, the city within the city of Houston, they have an election that will take place in November, a municipal election. One of the biggest elections in the city is a new mayor. They have city council races, so there's going to be a large anticipated turnout, and they're going to have to conduct these elections within Harris County, the only county that this bill would impact.
And I can't remember, but is it also in November that we'll be doing the constitutional amendment elections as well?
That's in addition to that. That is correct.
And so, like, some of the constitutional amendments that we are anticipating, massive property tax cuts. I think there's a constitutional amendment for establishing a permanent fund for the non-UT, non-A&M schools. So in other words, maybe University of Houston has access to a fund of money. There are a lot of important proposals, and they'll be voting in the same election?
That is correct.
And I guess, and the concern is, well, if we don't have implementation time, that we could have problems administering this election?
That is precisely correct. If we implement these changes, this is going to potentially impact their ability to get everything ready in time for the election. And that is why we're simply asking for a delay in the implementation so that it does not impact and have an adverse impact among those potential voters. I already called out military voters, seniors, students. This could have catastrophic consequences, and it could end up in an effective form of voter suppression.
Sure, and just so I'm following the logic, I think, whether we agree or not, I don't happen to agree on this policy. I think it's bad policy. But we're here because there are allegations that mistakes were made. Whether they're true or not, that's the purpose of this bill. There's been some election mistakes made, therefore we're going to take this authority away from this elections administrator. And now we have the local government officials who will be charged with administering the next election saying we need more time. If we don't get more time, mistakes might be made. Shouldn't we be listening and giving deference or heeding those warnings from local officials?
Absolutely, unequivocally, you're absolutely right. We want to make sure that they have sufficient time so that they are able to implement what this bill does and ensure that no one is left out. Everyone has the ability to get this information out. We're simply saying, let's delay it a little bit. That's all it does.
Right, and it doesn't, I mean, we're talking about delaying it from when to when.
With this bill would delay it until after this November's election. That's it.
So it would still happen this year?
Absolutely, yeah. That it would still happen this year.
So you're not trying to push it off past the presidential primaries or the general election?
No.
So you're just saying,
this is a reasonable short-term pause so that we can make sure that we get it right in Harris County.
And so, what's the effect? 60 days is what we're talking about?
That's all we're talking about. That's a very short period of time to ensure that we do it right. Why would we want to rush and then possibly negatively impact citizens? The most fundamental right we have in this democracy that we have in America is the precious fundamental right to vote. And far too many people died for that right. We are the bastion of hope across this globe because we protect and value our democracy. And voting is the most fundamental, precious right that we have. Why would we want to jeopardize anyone's right to vote?
I mean, it seems like a reasonable amendment. What is the feedback from the author? Is this something that the author's willing to take?
No, unfortunately not. I believe that the author is going to oppose the amendment, and I urge members to reject that and vote for the amendment.
It would seem to me, in the amendment, if this wasn't acceptable or should you not prevail, it's third reading, high bar. Maybe there should be other guardrails, which is the magic word of this session, to maybe hold harmless local government officials for this next election. Because there's always going to be this implementation phase. Even for the general laws that we pass here, there's a implementation phase. And so it almost seems like this is consistent. You're not asking for anything that's inconsistent with what we do in other areas of the law, right?
Not at all. I mean, I don't think this is a stretch. This is a modest request. I think to err on the side of caution, a short-term delay to make sure that they have chance to implement the new changes and not impact the current election that's coming up in November. This is a short pause. They can still pass the bill that would not impact the next primary and general election. And so I think what you just said is absolutely correct.
And so I guess the concern that I heard in the debate is if this becomes law, Harris County will have an election and those duties and responsibilities will be in two different departments. And I guess, do you know what that looks like? I mean, has there even been a discussion on how the division of labor or where the employees go or you know, I mean, I understand there are allegations about not having, you know, the right amount of paper at certain polling stations. I mean, do we even have those logistics figured out?
You know, Representative Chairman Martinez Fisher, I've had conversations with some of those folks in Harris County, and I believe that this bill is going to cause a lot of uncertainty. They're going to have to adapt and get up to speed and do their due diligence. But in the meantime, they need time to make those necessary changes. They need time to restaff and retool those departments. And so this is an amendment that would allow them that ample time. If we want to make sure that our voting is efficiency and the intent of this bill is really to address a problem, then let's pause a short term, like we said, about 60 days, give them the time to get everything together and let them get past this November election, and then that would have them sufficient time to work this bill out.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Kane in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to respectfully oppose this amendment as well, and ask that you join me. I believe you're going to find the people employed there now are going to find jobs, and there's going to be a continuity of the job. So with that, I respectfully oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I wanted to just offer up a couple of perspectives on this amendment because it does seem reasonable in light of the circumstances. And I direct your attention first to a document that you should have in front of you, certainly on TLIS. For those who are watching at home, that is our legislative information system. And that is produced by the Legislative Budget Board. It's based here in Austin, Texas. And that is the fiscal note for this bill. And I do believe that the amendment that we have before us will help us ameliorate the fiscal note because it points out, and I'll direct you to the bottom of the fiscal note where it talks about local government impact. Now, at the state level, obviously, it says there's no significant implication to the state that's anticipated. But if you go down a little bit further to the section I'm discussing, it says there could be an impact on Harris County related to abolishing the county elections administrator position and transferring its duties to the county tax assessor collector and county clerk. And Madam Chair, those fiscal impacts in this bill are undetermined. They can't tell, in other words. But they point to the possibility, and I'm really speaking to all the fiscal hawks in the chamber today. The fact that they cannot tell what the fiscal impact should be really argues in favor of the adoption of this amendment and allowing the transition to take place over a period of time so that it is done efficiently, so that it is done effectively, and so that it is done with minimal cost to the taxpayer. And I think that's ultimately the goal of Chairman Reynolds' amendment. I will also mention, and here I'm going to refer just to the bill text, and the bill is structured in a very deliberate way. But if you look at the bottom of the text, and I just draw your attention again for those who are following at home to page 2, really the bottom of page 1, section 4 of the bill. On the effective date of this act, a county that has a county elections administrator and a population of more than 3.5 million, this obviously, Madam Chair, affects Harris County, shall, it is not permissive, it is mandatory, shall transfer employees, shall transfer property, and records, right? When you do those three things, it's not like it happens overnight, members.
Mr. Speaker.
This takes time. In any
Mr. Dayala,
administrative
for purpose?
context.
Would the gentleman yield?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would take great pleasure in this dialogue, but kindly, Representative De Ayala, if you allow me to finish my analysis of the
Not
bill,
this time, sir.
I'd be happy to do so. And it's I want to afford you all the opportunity you need to ask me questions. So just to get back on my train of thought, for Harris County, there is a mandatory transfer of employees, property, and records as necessary to accomplish the abolishment. So we have on the one hand in the fiscal note concerns about indeterminate costs, and we have number 2, a mandatory transfer of employees. Now, anybody who runs a business as I do knows that when you create a new division, you create an affiliate or subsidiary, and you need to transfer employees, that takes time. It does not happen overnight. So I think the pause that is requested in this amendment really does make a lot of sense. You need to transfer property. Transferring property from one county agency to another also takes time. Oftentimes there are memoranda of understanding, interlocal agreements, other procedures that need to take place. And finally, records. And here's where we need to pay attention, because these are not records of the county. These are records of the people, we the people of Harris County, even though I'm not Representative Price, I'm not a resident of Harris County. These records must have custodial integrity, especially voting records. They must protect the identities of these folks so there are not leaks. And that's why a pause on the transfer of records and personal information should be done deliberately and not with haste. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would yield to questions from my good friend, Representative De Ayala of Harris
Mr.
County.
De Ayala, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Anchia.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I do,
Gentleman
Mr.
yields.
Speaker.
And just a few. You mentioned something about the fiscal note and the economics here. Were you aware that Harris County has had an election administrator for only a few years?
Yes, I actually was, yes.
And prior to those few years, the cost for an election in Harris County was around $12 million. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And since the election administrator, that has ballooned now to $30 million plus. Were you aware of that?
I was.
And were you aware that this bill simply allows the county clerk and the tax assessor collector to take over this election function, which it had just only a few years ago?
That is correct.
And back then, it was done more efficiently and effectively. Were
I
you
think
aware
that's
of that?
no, I was not, and I think that is a matter of conjecture. However, your point about cost is not a bad one. I think that's one where the numbers speak for themselves. But I'm not speaking about the underlying bill. I'm simply speaking to this transition period that Chairman Reynolds is asking for. And I think the transition period is reasonable. It's not like his amendment asks us to reverse the abolishment of the office. It's not like his amendment requires us to go backward in time, to your point. It simply says, hey, give us a little bit more time. And what I was trying to get at is that this is not a small undertaking. This is about records retention. It's about employee transfers. It is about property. And these things may take a while to be undone. So what I'm trying to exhort to the membership is simply to adopt this amendment and give Harris County a little bit more time. It sounds like a reasonable request.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions. So members, and I know this is a complex issue, so if anyone else wants to ask me questions, please feel free. But the premise is simple. The premise is simple, Chairman Metcalf, that when you are undoing an agency, and I appreciate the affectionate gaze, when you are undoing an agency of a county, of a state, when you're changing a division of a business, these things take time. When you're talking about people, when you're talking about people's voting records, when you're talking about moving property, these things take time. So I do believe that this is a reasonable request.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Chairman Anchia, yield just for a few
Will the
questions.
gentleman yield for questions?
With pleasure.
The
Thank
gentleman
you.
yields
Chairman
with pleasure
Anchia,
for questions.
You mentioned just this being a reasonable request to just move back some timelines. Is that correct?
That's right. And I think for anybody who knows me here on the floor, when there are reasonable requests, be they from Republicans or Democrats, I feel moved to speak in favor.
So we're talking about folks in a whole new division that's up and running as we speak. And so you could have some HR issues with folks' pay grades, their pension, whether these employees
insurance, continuation of family policies, coverage. There are always these nitsy little things that we in the legislature never think about. As a business owner, I'm thinking about them. And this transition, while it's occurring within one county, you never know the unintended consequences of our actions here by politicians in Austin about what may happen to the records of Harris County residents.
So over time, once the Elections Administration office was created, once it was created and started to staff up, you started to need professional folks to be hired on in this new division. Is that correct? And that takes some time to build up the professionalism, hire the right people, but also make sure that they're compensated adequately so that you recruit the best talent for these jobs. But also, you talked about the technology, the people's information. There's also IT costs associated with this. Is that correct?
You have migration of systems, be there hardware systems and software system of records. I mean, when you look at the prescriptive nature of the bill in Section 4, it says shall.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair
So
recognizes
members, I believe this is a reasonable request. Please vote one.
The chair recognizes
Chair
Mr.
Noble.
Kane. The chair recognizes Mr. Kane in opposition to the amendment. Members, the chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate Chairman Anchia and the comments that he made in support of the amendment. This is a reasonable amendment, changing the effective date from effective September 1st to December 31st, so that Harris County has the ability to make proper planning to implement this major, substantial change within the way that they conduct and oversee their elections. The largest county in the state of Texas. Forget about the partisan nature of the Commissioners Court, and let's do the right thing to help ensure the intent of this bill for voter efficiency. And if that is the goal, to land the effective implementation of it so that it doesn't happen during the middle of a current election cycle and is only paused until December 31st so that they can do all of their due diligence, all of the things that Chairman Anchia just talked about, all of the employment changes, operational, IT, everything. They have a chance to do their due diligence and to not do anything in haste that could substantially impede the free and fair elections of the citizens of Harris County. I thank you and ask you to vote in favor of this
Mr. Martinez
amendment.
Fisher, for what purpose?
Gentleman, yield for question.
The gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman
Yes,
yield for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Reynolds, looking forward to finishing our conversation. We were gavelled out earlier. And I believe, perhaps we should put this exchange in the journal, because what I'm worried about is I'm worried about a challenge. I'm worried about a lawsuit. I'm worried about another association of blame. And I think it's important that the record reflect that the folks that are being left with this responsibility are saying, we can't do it right now without more time. And that's what that's what your amendment is trying to do, right?
It's a simple amendment, changing the effective date from September 1 to December 31st. That's it.
I think you need a record and an affirmative defense to say, because you know somebody's going to complain. I mean, if you just follow elections in Harris County alone, and it's unlike any other county in the state. There are even private citizens that want to take the law into their own hand and go follow trucks and go chase ballots that don't exist. And so I don't want someone to say, well, we passed a law to take this authority away. We gave it to the Harris County government and they messed it up again. To be clear, how big is Harris County?
Harris County is larger than many states in the United States of America, nearly 5 million citizens. Harris County is huge. And so this bill, I want people across the breadth of this state to realize that this county is so large that there are going to be some potential challenges. And if you live in a rural county, then you may not be able to conceptualize the magnitude of the internal changes that are going to happen for this bill's effect within the Harris County, going from the elections administrator to the county clerk or the tax assessor collector. So you're talking about millions of citizens, hundreds of thousands of changes, thousands of employees. This bill is going to have a very consequential significant impact on the county. So they need additional time to do it right. Why should they have to rush in haste, make mistakes that this bill is trying to fix? This bill is going to compound the problems for the current election cycle. So this bill, and if this was a very small county, a county that had a few thousand people, maybe a few people in the elections office, I would not be filing this amendment. But this amendment simply gives a county of the size of Harris County a additional time to get everything right, to do their due diligence, all the bells and whistles, so that no voter is disenfranchised.
Right, and as I understand the amendments for more time to implement, but I also understand in the larger legislation, the person or persons charged with administering the elections, they're no longer going to be around, right?
Correct. They're not going to be there.
I mean, so the legislation ultimately is to get rid of them. But I imagine if you know you're about to lose your job, you're not going to wait around. You may already be making plans to leave.
Correct.
And who's going to assume the expertise? Who's going to assume the duties of the transition? I mean, are we talking about just somebody leaving a set of keys on the table saying it's your problem now, not mine?
Well, essentially, Chairman Martinez-Fisher, that's what could happen, because if you know that you're on your way out, you're probably trying to find your next job. You're not interested in sticking around and trying to solve some additional problems and help the next people. You're trying to find a way to feed your family and take care of yourself. So I would think that the person, as they listen to this bill, they're probably already shopping their resume on Monster and everywhere else that they're trying to find headhunters to get their next gig. So you're right. They're going to try to, Harris County is going to have to essentially find another person to be able to do those duties and functions.
So is it fair in the request for additional time? I think there was some discussion about, well, we need to, computer networking and moving equipment and moving personnel. You might even have to be finding that expertise. I imagine Harris County, there might not be anybody in the county clerk's office now that's just been waiting for 3 years to one day take over elections. Are they going to be looking for personnel?
Absolutely. I mean, it's not a far stretch to think that they're going to have to go out and find people to fulfill that role when the current tax assessor and county clerk were not expecting or anticipating having these duties to implement the elections process. So I think you're right. They're going to need additional time to find someone that has that expertise. They're going to then have to let that person get accustomed with all of the different nuances within the department and personnel and staffing up and the IT changes that we just talked about for effective implementation. Those things take time. This bill builds guardrails to give them that time so that we pause for shortly, again, September 1 to December 31st, so it doesn't impact the current election cycle.
And is there, if this amendment doesn't get on, is there any hold harmless provision in there that will, protect somebody from being unfairly, criticized or culpable for not pulling off an election? I guess what I'm asking, if giving Harris County more time is really an outcry to say that we can't guarantee that the election is going to be the way it should be, and you don't give me that time, is there anything else in the bill that's going to protect the county from the blame game that will likely come?
Chairman Martinez-Fisher, I looked at the bill and I didn't see any of those protections. In fact, that if the bill had that, it would be less harmful, but there is no hold harmless provision in there. So there will be additional finger pointing that I anticipate will happen after the implementation of this bill. But instead of an elections administrator, that criticism will be targeted at the county clerk, and that criticism will be targeted at the tax assessor collector.
I mean, maybe that makes sense for an additional amendment. Maybe you should consider, if this amendment were to fail, maybe you consider an amendment to sort of hold harmless, for a transition period. I mean, it won't stop the elections from going forward under this new structure, but it certainly will put the guardrail in place to say we saw this coming. Plan A was to get an extension of time, which is what your amendment did. Plan B would be, okay, if we're going to do it your way, don't blame us if you don't like the outcome.
Absolutely, Chairman Martinez. I think that would be only fair and equitable, considering what this bill's implementation will likely do. Absolutely.
And is there any motive? I mean, sometimes maybe not accepting the amendment might be, well, we just want to concur, or this will, if we take another amendment, we have to vet it. I mean, what's the rationale for getting what's essentially a 90-day extension?
I pondered that, and I can't come up with anything that would be logical or that would make good sense and that would be in the best interest of the citizens of Harris County or the elected officials that would have to be responsible for these changes, that being the county clerk.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question occurred. Mr. Reynolds sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye, Mr. Kane voting nay. Mr. Martinez-Fisher voting aye. Mr. Wally voting aye. Ms. Niave Criado voting aye. Show Dr. Rogers voting nay. Have all members voted? All members voting. There being 59 ayes and 84 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the exchange between Representative Reynolds and myself be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel in opposition to the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I promise I will be as brief as humanly possible. I'm speaking in opposition to SB 1750 for just a few reasons. One, yes, there were some very serious problems that happened during the election in 2022. That is not excusable, not making an excuse for it. But one of the situations that makes this so vitally important is there is currently a lawsuit that is happening to figure out what actually happened during the 2022 elections. That has not been answered. We don't know what was wrong. We don't know what needs to be fixed. And right now, switching this before an election, a very important election to choose who will be the mayor for the next 4 years, how will that elections administrator being removed, now having this as the county clerk and the tax assessor's office, all of a sudden, we're taking everything and we're saying, figure this out in less than 6 months, and you better have an efficient and effective election, because there's previous legislation that could then now trigger something that could say, they don't know what they're doing, we need someone to come in and take over this. Again, No one is saying that what happened was excusable, but I think what we need to be making sure is that before we just pass election laws too quick, too fast, that is the main reason I'm speaking out against this, is because I did the same thing when we raised the penalty for voting fraud. It's one thing to be making sure we're having safe elections. It is another thing to set a city or a county up to automatically fail before they even can start to figure out what actually happened. Yes, some people are saying we need to do this now, let's do this, and we're gonna have a good election, or we're gonna have the Secretary of State's office come in. Especially for those of you that are against big government, we are now telling the state that they're gonna come in without giving a county or a city a chance to figure out what actually happened. Remember, this can happen to any of our counties, this can happen to any of our cities at any given time, and if we are not prepared for this, if we are not paying attention, we are going to set a precedent that this can happen to anyone's county in this entire state at any given point. Yes, right now it is bracketed to 3.5 million, but in McKinney, in Dallas, these areas are growing at such an expansive rate. What happens if all of a sudden your county has an elections administrator, they don't have any issue, and then all of a sudden now you're gonna bar that person from having an election administrator in your county? I know it may seem like the right thing for some people to do, but let's give these counties a chance to figure out what happened. If there are bills that are going to ask for oversight, that is one thing. But to just remove an election administrator and forcing this, you are putting this county in a situation where they're not going to be able to fix this. And lastly, I asked of every witness that came up in elections, I asked them who was speaking out against this. Why was this not happening when there were election problems and election irregularities in Sunnyside, in the north side of town, in the 3rd Ward, in 5th Ward, over 12 years ago, in these predominantly black and brown areas? There was nothing that was being done. But now all of a sudden we're changing this. So I think we should give the same grace that we would want for everybody in and around the Harris County area. And remember, what you do to someone else's county, you are permitting them, this is precedent, especially for all of you who have been here way longer than me. You are setting a precedent that you are making it okay for someone to come into your county and do this to you. And if you're gonna allow that, just remember, you cannot complain, because if you did it to someone else, or as they say, it's okay to condemn a man to a hell that you don't have to live. But remember, this hell can be visited upon your doorstep. Thank you so much, members.
Mrs. Winger, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes, I do.
The gentleman yields.
Yeah, Representative Manuel, thank you so much for laying out the fact that right now this isn't your county or my county, but it could be in the future. Hays County also has an elections administrator. And can you help the members understand, how do these election administrators get appointed?
These election administrators are appointed by the county, by county clerks saying that they want to separate that. That's something that we had a county clerk in Jefferson County who's just recently said if she had been elected, she wanted to have it separate so that there wasn't any impropriety, so that there wasn't any political, well, they don't like Republicans or they don't like Democrats or we want to block anyone out. And so a lot of times from every county I know that has done this, it is to make this as bipartisan as humanly possible.
Yeah. All right, if I remember correctly, election administrators are hired by the County Elections Commission, which has the county judge, the county clerk, the county tax assessor collector, all democratically elected officials, and then also the county chair for the Republican Party and the Democratic Party.
Exactly.
Do you think that's a good hiring process to select someone?
I think that is bipartisan. It is making sure that both parties and both groups are around or are in control over who is going to be watching over their elections.
And county tax assessor collector, county clerk, those offices, if there's not an election administrator, pick up those duties. They have other duties under law that keep them busy, correct?
Correct, exactly.
So allowing
birth records, death records, marriage records, there are records that they have to get sometimes in places they have to leave and go other places. The voter registration, car registration. I mean, it shuts everything down during an election and it slows that process down.
So you see the benefit in having a separate election administrator that covers all those responsibilities,
I
still is
definitely-
accountable
yes.
to elected officials, but
Yes.
provides efficiency and someone whose expertise is elections. Is that right?
Absolutely. I think there's definitely a reason for it. I think in this situation, I think people are upset. And so we are throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And instead of cutting off our nose to spite our face, it makes sense to find out what happened. It makes sense to make sure that the elections administrator that both parties have selected and that the county and different people have selected to make sure that they actually have a chance. Put a new person in office if that's the case, but to change it. Right now we are in May. There is an election in November for mayor. That means that by the mayoral election, we are putting Harris County in a place that I don't know how they're going to be able to manage that. If it was already by some people saying that the county is too large, that we need the county clerk so that they have accountability by being an elected official, well, you're going to give that elected official less than 6 months to get this entire thing revamped and explain to people what's going on.
And I think the important thing for folks to understand about this bill is that this isn't just removing a current elections administrator. It is removing the ability of the county to do that position.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that would be disastrous in Hayes County. Would that be disastrous in your neck of the woods?
That would be disastrous in all 254 counties at this point. If you change something and say in less than 6 months, you better get it together.
So we have elected officials who've been focusing on things like setting tax rates, collecting motor vehicle taxes, doing the official records of the county commissioner's court, tracking property records. And this bill is basically asking those elected officials to, just in the span of a few months, pick up all of those duties from the election administrator that they previously decided weren't efficient to handle within their own offices.
And on top of that, you're going to have them figure out how they're going to run everything now by having to get people to work that election while they're also still they're held responsible for what they currently have to do in their elected job. So you're giving a county of 3.5 million or more people, you're telling them fix it all right now.
Yeah.
And I just think that is setting them up for failure.
Well, and Representative Manuel, I know I'm particularly concerned that this might affect younger voters. A lot of times they register a lot closer to the election deadline. Sometimes they don't show up in the election administration system, even if they have registered in time because the system's still processing all the new people. I know in Hayes County, if somebody walks in, isn't showing up on the rolls, they can quickly call the election administrator to clarify whether or not that person is properly registered. But if you're separating voter registration duties and election administration duties, that's two separate offices having to call each other. I mean, are you concerned that this could end up in people being disenfranchised just because of that disconnect?
I think this will disenfranchise any voter from any party, and that's the only reason I'm speaking out on this bill is because I think we're setting a very, very, very bad precedent that could reverberate throughout the entire state, and I don't think anyone wants this in their backyard.
I would agree with you. I think this was an important modernization we made, and I thank you
Gentleman's
for
time has
opposing the bill.
expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Wally to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, since the 1980s, Texas law has allowed an elected county commissioner's court to create the position of a county elections administrator. SB 1750 abolishes a county elections administrator of a county with a population of more than 3.5 million, which, again, for the 10th time, Representative Johnson of Harris, only applies, Ms. T, to Harris County, and transfers its powers and duties to the county tax assessor collector and county clerk by September 1st of this year. The county tax assessor collector shall serve as the voter registrar, and the duties and functions of the county clerk performed by the administrator revert to the county clerk. SB 1750 stipulates that only counties with less than 3.5 million people may create the position of a county elections administrator. While it may work in smaller counties, members, for the county tax assessor collector to register voters and conduct elections along with other duties, including members, calculating and collecting local property tax rates, issuing vehicle registrations and licensing, and many more responsibilities. This may not work in large counties like Harris County. In particular, it faces unique challenges with over 2.5 million registered voters spread out across about 1,800 square miles of the county. That, members, may necessitate a professional elections administrator. Moreover, members, the elected county commissioners court has already determined that. Based on geography and population alone, major Harris County elections are among the most complex and logistically challenging to administer in the state or nationwide. As the third most populous county in the country, there are no other counties in Texas that compare to Harris County. Nor are there fully apt comparisons nationwide, members. The remaining top 5 most populous counties that also have a sizable geography are 1, Los Angeles County in California, Cook County, Illinois, Maricopa County, 3rd, Arizona, and finally San Diego County in California are in states that also allow online voter registration, no excuse vote by mail, and other modern election practices that facilitate the efficient and secure administration of voter-accessible elections. Other factors add to the challenge of running elections in Harris County, which routinely has the longest ballot in the country, administers elections in 4 languages. Not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 languages, and must use the state's antiquated voter registration system. The compounding effects of these challenges have been evident for well over a decade. Now look, I'm not here to say that there hasn't been challenges in implementing and staffing up the elections administrator office. There have been. However, Harris County's transition to an elections administrator in 2021 began the process of modernizing, professionalizing its operations with limited resources and existing challenges as they have, and new challenges after the implementation of SB 1 passed during the 87th legislature. In Texas, county officials carry out the rubber meets the road functions of running all of our elections. An elected county commissioners court should have the option to, as it has since the 1980s, to use the professional services of an elections administrator, especially in counties with large populations like Harris County. Abolishing the role and transferring its responsibilities would only impede the progress that we're making in Harris County. SB 1750 offers no guarantee that this change will improve the quality of elections or accountability to our voters. If anything, with increased duties and the larger populations, the tax assessor collector may unfortunately inadvertently be less responsive and unable to perform essential duties. Members, and for those reasons, I urge members of this body to vote no against SB 1750.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson of Harris to speak against the bill.
Hello, members. Contrary to popular belief, I do not like getting up here to have to talk over and over again, but, unfortunately, I'm sorry that some of you don't have to fight for your life or fight for the lives of your constituents. You simply get up here and pass bills and go home, sit down. But we're up here literally fighting for our life. And I got a very serious question for all of you who may be in West Texas or maybe in East Texas or the Panhandle or someplace else. Why do you care what we do in Harris County? Why do you care about what we do in Harris County, as opposed to the other 253 counties? But you really only care about Harris County. The bill author said that it's important that we fix the election process but he only wants to fix Harris County when there has been documented voting problems in many other counties, but no legislation. And I wonder why. Because Harris County is the largest county in the state and overwhelmingly Democrat? This means that you really don't care about fixing the election process. You just simply want to overturn elections that don't swing your way. So instead of you guys working hard, working a better campaign, or even creating a better platform to fit the people, you simply want to move the goalposts in order to make sure you win. Your party loses elections and you guys lose your mind. Some of you still believe that Trump won in 2020. Some of you even went out there and tried to find some of those missing votes, some of those missing ballots in those warehouses or in somebody's trunk or wherever you thought those votes were. You chose to find wrong elections, but then you can't help figure out how do we fix this state. When you guys implemented SB 1, you historically made long lines in Harris County. People stood in line for 8 hours because they wanted to exercise their right to vote. But then just 2% of the polls out of the 782 polls in Harris County ran out of paper because there was an overwhelming response to voting, and you guys jumped into action. Oh, we got to change this. We got to fix the problem that is bothering Harris County. Rule for thee, not for me. Take care of your own county. It seems very disingenuous, it seems contradictory, and absolutely hypocritical that people from other parts of this state literally are trying to legislate for Harris County. And Harris County did not ask anybody from West Texas to help us. We didn't ask anybody from East Texas, any from the Valley, from the Panhandle. Harris County has duly elected people that can be unelected if they don't do their job. But here we are with the overreaching arm of the Texas legislative body that wants to come into a Democratic-led Harris County and change it. That pendulum where Harris County used to be a Republican county, it swung. And now it's a Democratic county. But here's the Republican-led Texas legislative body wanting to rule over Harris County for no reason. You're trying to solve a problem that is not even a problem. And I think that's just disingenuous. Because I want you to remember, when that pendulum swings and I come into your communities, and when Democrats start to rule over you, don't cry. When you lose elections, don't burn down the Capitol. Don't come in here and defecate on the Capitol because you lost. It just means that the people have gotten tired of your stuff. So why don't you legislate for your communities? I'll legislate for my communities, and then we'll legislate collectively together when we need to take care of the entire state. The only problem that I got with this bill is that it is bracketed for Harris County. If you care about the election process, then make the bill applicable to everyone. Make sure that everyone has to live by the same rules, but not in this body. When we see something we don't like, I'm not going to even say we. I usually like to talk and like we're together, but we're not. But when y'all see something y'all don't like, you change it to make sure it fits you. And this is what we're doing right now. You guys are going to be truly disappointed, hurt, and upset if I came to West Texas and passed a law that made it difficult for you to be able to simply get elected. If you want to win elections, change your platform. Have better talking points. Have a platform that fits the people instead of trying to make the people fit you. Be substantive in the things that you do. But don't come treading on me. All of you like to use that, don't tread on Texas. Well, don't tread on Harris County. How about you stay where you are and you allow us to do what we need to do? Because there's no problem in Harris County. There very much have been documented issues all over this state. And yet not one of you have put forth a bill to overturn elections or put new processes in place. So yes, I'm against this bill, and I think all of you on principle should be against this bill. If the author made the bill applicable to everyone, then I'm okay. But all of these Harris County bills, it's disingenuous, and it's certainly not fair. Those of you who say you love being an American, you love being a Texan, then fight. Fight for your constituency, the same way I will fight for mine. But don't come to my community and do something that I didn't ask you to do. That's harmful, because when you don't know a community, you can do damage. So it's very harmful. And you know, I'll say this. My grandmother always said, a hit dog will yell. And there was a whole lot of yelling when I brought up some things up here right now. A whole lot of hurt feelings. But you don't seem to mind to hurt my feelings, but you cry when your little frail, fragile feelings get hurt. You're going to legislate, then let's legislate for everybody. But stop with the games. Stop with trying to change the rules. Stop with moving the goalposts to only fit you. That's not American. When you are an American, that means you fight to the bitter end. We don't cheat. We don't change rules. We fight. Right now, you guys are cheating.
The gentleman will confine his remarks to the bill.
This has everything to do with the bill, because the bill is bracketed to take over elections in Harris County, and that's cheating. And I want the cheating to stop. Allow the 3.5 million people
Gentleman's
in Harris
time
County.
has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. The Senate has concurred in the House amendments to the following measures. SB 61, 310. SB 8, 1080, 310.
Thank you. Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to speak against the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, I represent House District 147, which is in Harris County, Texas, and I represent downtown Houston and very many energy companies, very many healthcare companies, and one of the highest voting precincts, especially for African Americans in the state of Texas. And I can remember back to 2020, I believe it was, when we had tremendous voter turnout because the laws allowed for more participation in elections rather than less. I recognized by actions of various government entities that they were afraid of increased electoral participation because the usual suspects didn't win. I've heard a lot related to the election bills, including 1750, that Harris County didn't come and testify. Well, for those of you who are not lawyers, what you might not know is that when there's a lawsuit, you try your case in the courts, not at the state legislature or anywhere else. So that factored into Harris County's decision to fight any challenges to what they're doing electoral-wise in the courtrooms. Something else that is confusing to me, oxymoronic to me, is that before I got in the legislature, I don't believe I realized how many rural communities we have in Texas. And it seems like this is the one place where rural communities can hand it to the urban communities, because there are more rural elected officials statewide than there are urban. And so when I'm sitting and listening to people pass local bills talking about doing things locally because they understand what's most important in their area because they live amongst their constituents, there is great deference and respect given to local bills by people who live in those communities. However, when you compare that to what you do with the urban communities, everyone figures that we don't know what we're doing, and you don't give us any deference or any respect to appreciate that we actually are representing our constituents. So that's bothersome to me. When Republicans controlled the elections in Harris County, there were all kinds of long lines, messed up ballots in black communities, a lot in my district, Sunnyside, 3rd Ward, South Park, Independence Heights. But we didn't come and try to change the rules. We just figured we'd do like Representative Johnson said, is we'd have better platforms and get people to come to the polls who supported our platforms and vote for us, and that's how we chose to affect the electoral system, not moving the goalposts or changing the rules. That's not what we did. I also am chagrined when I believe if this bill is enacted and goes into law before the November elections, you're actually setting Harris County up to fail, because we're going to have to implement a whole new system. Someone who was not responsible for doing the elections they're going to have to do that. And in case people don't know, let me tell you the urban population. Harris County is 4.731 million people. Dallas County, which is number 2, is 2.586 million people. Travis County is 1.305 million people, and Fort Bend is 858,527 people. We have many more people than most rural areas. And more people are moving to where we are, so we've got to figure this out. And when you put in a new system, you're expected to have some growing pains and some headaches, and we are doing a good job. And so I'm incredibly disappointed and sad that the way that we deal with things in the legislature is that we have decided that there is a certain class of people that can be oppressed. And the truth is, nobody wants to talk about this, but the place where most black people, brown people, oppressed people, they try to move to the big city where they are more likely to see people like themselves and where they're more likely to be understood. And so I'm respectfully asking you to vote against this bill and give or allow Harris County to do what every other county in this state does, which is govern itself. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Would that gentlelady yield for some
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, I will yield for
The
questions.
lady yields for
Thank
questions.
you, Representative Jones. Do you remember the chain of events that led to Harris County putting a elections administrator in place?
I sure do. There was a hot mess with the previous person. Actually, no, there was actually a voter turnout in 2020. And I don't know why. The truth is, I don't know why they decided to have an election administrator, but when we had one that didn't do real well, we made sure she was gone. So we fixed ourselves.
That's right. So in order to combine all of the election responsibility into one office instead of having it split into two disparate areas
Oh, okay.
where
That
there
makes
could be turf wars and stuff like that, stuff of that nature. So, like you were just saying, part of that effort was to iron out some inefficiencies in the system, so naturally going to be some growing pains, right?
Yes.
So tell me, when Harris County Commissioners Court enacted this change, what was the reaction of the people of Harris County? In the very next election for Commissioners Court, what happened?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, what happened was the majority party won an extra seat. So it wasn't like the people had a backlash to this at the time. Do you think it's reasonable to give this new office in the most populated county in the state of Texas a few cycles to improve, to get their stuff working? Is it reasonable?
I absolutely think it's unreasonable. I also believe it's unnecessary. But we will literally have 2 months. Harris County will have 2 months to figure out a whole new system. Who knows how much that's going to cost? And the tax assessor collector and I can't remember what position Tanisha Hudspeth
County
is.
clerk.
The county clerk, for them to have to try to figure that out, get employees to do that, I believe this body is setting up Harris County to fail. That's the only way that works. I mean, I could even see if they were going to pass this bill to put it off until the next election after the November elections would make more sense. Because if we mess up in something that was shoved down our throats, which is exactly what this has done, then they can come in and monitor us and basically undo all elections and disregard the what population did I say? Where is it? The 4.731 million people in Harris County. At best, 150 people here in the House and 31 people in the Senate, and the governor will with their laws, be able to
Do you think it's fair to say that
usurp the voting power of all of the population in Harris County, and that is offensive to democracy. It's un-American.
I actually agree with you. Do you think it's fair to say that in progressive cycles, since this elections administration office has been started, that there has been steady improvement in the last few cycles?
Absolutely, there's been steady improvement in the last few sessions. And I'll also remind people in Harris County, Republicans were actually elected to the bench in Harris County. So since we're so bad and we're setting up things so that Democrats will win, why are Republicans winning? Because we have a fairer system that allows the best person to win.
Oh, I agree with you. Thanks for speaking against this.
Thank you. I move passage.
The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on General Investigating will meet today at 3 p.m. in room E210 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to close on the bill.
Yeah, I would love to move passage, but I've got Representative Zwiener standing there. But I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Zwiener, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman, yield for questions.
I'd really rather not, if we think about it. I mean, we've had amendments, and this is third reading, if we'd like to think about what all that means. We also began on this bill at 1 p.m., so I'd like not to, but if you really want to make me, I will.
Well, I appreciate your grace and generosity with your time, Representative Kane.
Yeah.
I think that means the gentleman yields for questions.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Kane. Representative Kane, we've just been having a lot of conversations about these questions of efficiency and oversight. I know you brought up in your earlier conversations on the bill with some other members that you thought having direct oversight of elections through elected officials is better than having that through an elections administrator. But since the elections administrator is appointed in counties that have that position by elected officials, why isn't that oversight sufficient?
It's not sufficient because they're not directly accountable to the voters. There's a large amount of people that are involved in that. There's the chair of the county, 2 county parties that are involved in it. So no single person is being held accountable, as in the instance of when it's on one elected official.
When, or under systems or under counties that have the county clerk as the primary entity responsible for elections, sometimes that county clerk's name is on the ballot while they are administering that election.
Yeah.
Do
There's 120 counties that do that, and it seems to be working well, and it worked in Harris County prior to 2020.
That is primarily smaller counties, correct? Not exclusively.
Prior to
but-
2020, it worked awesome. Look, and I think it's going to work great again because we're going to make Harris County elections great again. Are we going to do this for 10 minutes? Is that the plan?
I'm not sure if that's
Okay.
related to the bill, Representative Kane.
Yeah.
So are you concerned about returning Harris County, the largest county in the state, to a position where we have elected officials whose name are on the ballot administering the election at the same time as they're up for election themselves?
But I don't understand what your point is. You're trying to say that, so all the other counties that do this, the 120 that do it this way, and many others that do it either by combined, by agreement, you're saying they're all bad and because the county clerk's on the ballot? Is that what you're trying to say? It seems to be a point you're making.
I mean, I represent one county. My one county has an elections administrator. I think it works really well for a number of reasons, and I'm concerned about the precedent we're setting.
Yeah.
I see the elections administrator position as a way of modernizing our election systems and making them work in the current day, and I'm very worried about this legislation starting a trend backwards. So that's why I'm asking questions about that.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess there were a lot of concerns brought up about efficiency. Representative Anchia, I know, brought up some concerns about costs of redistributing those duties back into 2 offices instead of 1. Are you concerned about those costs and whether or not it's actually going to increase costs for the taxpayers of Harris County?
I'm not concerned about that.
Are you not concerned about that because you think it's unlikely, or you think that extra cost is warranted given your concerns?
I'm not concerned about that.
Okay. I know we've also had concerns about the rapid transition that this would mean for Harris County. Have you spoken with the county clerk or the tax assessor collector about any of their concerns about trying to rapidly pick up these new duties?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they've had a pretty good lead time and idea of what's going on. Plus, they've previously, especially for Ms. Bennett, Bennett, she's done this before and she's done the job very, very well, and I look forward to her doing it again.
I apologize. I'm having difficulty hearing you. I'm sorry. Who did you say has done the job really
Our
well?
tax assessor collector did a good job at it prior, and I think she'll do a good job again. And she's a Democrat.
Okay. The tax assessor collector is just responsible for the voter registration side of things. Is that correct?
That could be, unless they want to combine them, which they're allowed to do under the bill. There's a few other methods they could do. Yeah.
Oh, so under the bill as currently written, the tax assessor and the clerk could potentially trade some of those duties around?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Is that something other counties can do, or that's a provision that's just being made for Harris County under this bill?
Anybody can do.
Okay. So have you visited with the clerk and tax assessor collector about what that division is going to look like in Harris County?
No, I think they'll be able to figure it out.
Okay.
And they've done the job well before, and I think they can do it again. My understanding, I'd asked them questions of the other chamber, and I was informed that we're not concerned with there being a problem.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm still concerned we haven't heard from those officials or gotten clear direction on how they feel about this shift.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting that no one from Harris County showed up to the hearing on this bill to cry and say it was bad. I think, and since we're here, having a lot of conjecture and assumptions these days, I think it's because they know that the system's not working and that we're going to do this, because they recognize the problems they had in the EA, and they just don't want to admit it, but we're going to do that for them. We're going to make sure we go back to having the elections run by the county clerk and county tax assessor collector in counties of over 3.5 million population.
So you brought up concerns around accountability and how direct that needed to be. How does that concern about accountability line up with the fact that the previous election administrator, who many folks had some concerns about, was relieved of their position fairly quickly after those concerns raised? Doesn't that demonstrate there was adequate accountability in place?
There's not been adequate accountability. You want me to? That'd be great. I'm sure that the audience here, folks sitting at home and back in our office is listening. Would you like me to begin to read off all of the problems we've had? Maybe some headlines of news articles to show you that this is nothing comparable in any other county in this state with these number of problems, and it's not just the person, it's the entire system, and that's where we're going to rip it up by the root. And come September 1st, 2023, we're going to return this to the elected body in Harris County to run our elections.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for answering my questions, Representative Kaye.
Thank you, ma'am. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1750. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Kane voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 81 ayes, 62 nays, SB 1750 is finally passed. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on General Investigating will meet today at 3 p.m. in room E2010 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on third reading SB 1933. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1933 by Betancourt relating to the randomized audits of elections in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1933 grants the Secretary of State administrative oversight over county election duties in response to investigation and audit, and I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ramos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my amendments request that the information, the individual who is filing the report that is essentially going to give the local elections clerk office is going to give the Secretary of State administrative oversight. We want to know who this individual is. I have volunteered since I was 18 years old at the election polls. I had an amazing government professor in our local community college, and he really educated us on the importance of being part of the election process. And so at 18, I started going and volunteering at the polls and kind of doing whatever I could do to assist the community, residents and the voters. And throughout the years since I was 18 to where we are, till where we are today, things have changed. And the way, because of the partisanship, the way the voters were encouraged or the way the voters were helped through the election process has been more adversarial these past few years due to the polarization of our politics. And I can recall when I was 18, here in Texas, somebody could go vote with a water bill. If the water bill matched the voter registration log and the address, then an individual could vote with their water bill. We're not there anymore. In 2016, when I volunteered at the polls, before I even knew I wanted to run for office, individuals would come in with stacks of papers to prove who they were, and the election judge would push them back and would give them wrong information, would automatically send them to a provisional ballot when they shouldn't have done that. And so there was a lot of, I guess, overzealous. They were overzealous in their nature in terms of engaging or actually providing correct information to the voter. So my concern with this, and I apologize to the chair for filing it on Third Amendment reading, but it is permissible under Rule 11, Section 5 of our rules book, because many times and oftentimes it's necessary, and I've taken the opportunity to do so today. But my point for this is that I want to know who the person is filing the complaint, because what this bill allows an individual to do is file a complaint, and then the Secretary of State takes it from there. We don't know who this individual is. We don't even know if they're a Texas resident, if they're registered to vote in the state of Texas, if they're aligned with any other organization, or really whether they do this at different election places. Have they been filing complaints? Are they part of a larger organization? We know there's partisan vigilante groups, so to speak. And so I want to make sure that if this is in fact what we're trying to do is really preserve the process and ensure that that there is transparency and accountability in what we're doing, that the individual who has filed the complaint with the Secretary of State, they are to receive a report from the Secretary of State with the information and the result of the investigation. I want our taxpayers, I want our community members, I want our voters to know who filed this complaint. When did it happen? Who is this person? Are they registered to vote? Are they a Texas resident, right? Because we know that we're somewhat of a magnet to domestic terrorist groups, to Proud Boys, to different vigilante groups. Texas, has become a magnet for these people because of you all, the people in this legislature, the majority of our group here, who invited this kind of a mindset, this kind of aggressiveness, and this I guess, anti-immigrant, anti-community behavior. And so I want to make sure that this individual who is doing that does not go and just file these, complaints left and right, targeting our minority communities, our voters, because the reality is we know the majority of our population is a community of color. So I want to make sure not only that, but all of our voters are protected, and that we continue to protect the process, but that we maintain transparency and accountability throughout the whole process. So when this report is submitted, we know who's doing it, when they found this complaint, what is it based on, where are they from, and are they a native Texan? Are they registered to vote? We want to make sure that it's somebody within our own communities.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Lady yields.
Representative, one of the most intriguing points I've heard you mention is the possibility of abuse using this legislation without this amendment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I mean, it's fair to say that election issues are hotly contested, right?
Correct.
I mean, in fact, we had a insurrection at the Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. on January 6th over election results, correct?
That's right. And I want to share that, yeah, we had an actual insurrection here in America that we thought something like that would not happen in our lifetime. The only thing that we have to really combat that aggressive, violent, neo-Nazi type behavior is at the voting. Is voting. Is making sure
Please confine your remarks to the amendment.
Is making sure that our everyday Texan who's registered to vote can do so in a controlled and but protective way.
And it doesn't even have to be like, it doesn't take like an entire party or whatever it is to cause problems. It could be a single individual who simply seeks to harm our democratic process, who may have a grudge with whoever got elected or didn't get elected, and just simply wants to cause problems, right?
Yeah, and that's really what concerned me as we're going through these bills and further digging deeper. This 1933 doesn't really touch on the complainant. There's really nothing that you really need to know about this person. So I could have nefarious intentions, go into a polling place, do something crazy, and then file a complaint on an anonymous person when it could be me. And now all of a sudden we have the Secretary of State raining down on our local elections office when it's an individual who could essentially do it themselves and file a complaint, and there's really no way to track if that person did it in a nefarious way or not.
And we've actually even seen firsthand some of these types of like shenanigans, right?
Yes.
These sort of like using the process, using a valid process to abuse a system. We saw in other states where people tried to put in fake electors, people tried to lie about with the election result, and just use the reporting system to report abuse that did not occur. You've seen the same thing, right?
Oh, that happens all the time in different avenues, right? That people use different mediums, and I'm sure it was an oversight on the bill author's part and not intentional, but the fact is we want to know, just like we want to know who's in there voting and we want to know what the whole process is, we want to know who is behind this complaint and make sure that that's a credible individual.
Yeah, and we in this body, we say all the time, sunlight is the best disinfectant. That if you can shine the light of truth onto any process, the public having more information, having more points of facts to make decisions, and to understand something, the better the democratic system works.
That's absolutely right. And the fact that we want information to make sure that this process is good should be in no way construed as something that's retaliatory or that someone is trying to get up on somebody else. The truth of the matter is, would we not all want information? If we're shutting down Dallas County Elections Office or Harris County, would we not want to know who started that complaint, where that complaint originated? Because it could very well be something that, again, is not, there's some shenanigans behind it, and we will not know because we did not provide that provision in this bill. It's very important that we protect our taxpayers, but we also need to make sure that...
And it would not be unreasonable to say that there could be people from outside of our state who seek to subvert the democratic process in our state for any number of reasons.
Absolutely. This bill says nothing about the complainant even being a Texas resident. Somebody could go in there, not even from Texas, going in there, digging around, making stuff up, file an anonymous complaint, or file a complaint with fake information. But again, the bill does not state that, right? Yeah. So it could be somebody who's filing a fake complaint and opens the door to the floodgates to the state now coming into our local county elections office.
The lady's time has expired. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, respectfully, I'm going to oppose this amendment. We did take an amendment yesterday to create standing for individuals making this request, and I believe that's adequate, and I ask you to vote no.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to close on the amendment.
We always talk about transparency.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
When the lady is finished, I would like to ask her some questions.
Thank you. We always talk about transparency, the importance of knowing who's here. I mean, we're talking about borders, we're talking about IDing everybody, we want medical, we want blood. All I'm saying, in other bills, we want blood, right? But what I'm saying is, I just want to know who. We all deserve, our constituents deserve to know the information of who this is and to protect ourselves from outside groups who may want to come and really affect our elections process here in Texas. I yield for questions.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Will the lady yield for questions?
The lady yields for questions.
Yes, sir.
The lady yields.
And Reverend Ramos, whenever somebody makes an allegation, accusation, a complaint against our democratic process, that the complaint by itself could harm our system of democracy just for the public knowing that a complaint was made, correct?
Absolutely, and it would, yes, it would harm our overall democracy. I mean, we're all here because we were elected by people in our community who believe in the process. When we allow something like that to happen where an outside person or an outside group can come and really affect our local elections office where we know are the people in our own community, and somebody from the outside comes in and makes up stuff that we don't even know who this person is, that could not only impact our local elections office, but really a chilling effect on other voters within our communities.
Yeah. No, I mean, because, for example, if like somebody, let's say out of state, not even Texas resident, they didn't vote in any of our elections, but they make complaint after complaint after complaint after complaint, but they go out and say, hey, we've lodged over 300 complaints against the election process in Harris County or wherever.
Yeah.
That, if the public sees that, they hear about that, but without the context of like, who filed this? What is your record on this? What is your credibility? If the public knew that this person wasn't even in the state, this person wasn't even registered to vote in the state of Texas, that would change people's outview of these kind of complaints, right?
That's absolutely right. This bill essentially could let somebody open up a business that hires people to file these complaints all over the country in counties and spaces where they don't like the way the demographics are leaning. This could be a full-time job for somebody, and we know there are, different groups out there who would fund something like this, and that would really affect our overall democracy. It would impact us. It would impact us not for the betterment, but really be very controlling and take voter suppression, voter to a whole different level, and we want to make sure that anyone who is part of this process, if you're going to question the way, and if there is something that you see that identifies under this bill that, malfunction or something intentional within that county office, we want to know who you are. There's absolutely nothing wrong with wanting to know who you are, what is your history, where are you from this community, are you from this state, are you aligned with any organization? We would need to get to that information, because the reality at the end of the day, this would affect all of us, not only in Texas, but it could be a nationwide initiative.
Well, look, and we all here have discussed the allegations of election fraud from the 2020 elections and then further on. Those allegations by themselves, the fact that they were made and it went out into the public, that has already eroded public confidence in our democratic system. Would that be fair?
It absolutely has. That's absolutely correct.
And now we're creating a different process for people to complain, but we would never know who is doing the complaining, what their background is, and how many other complaints, the same type of complaints they filed over and over again.
That's right. You as a Texan, Mr. Wu, as a voter coming in Texas now, we pretty much have to know everything about you so that you could vote. We need your ID, we need your history, we need everything about you just so that you can vote. But for somebody who wants to come and destroy that whole process that you've been utilizing for the last 30, 40 years, we don't need to know anything about that person who's going to destroy the whole process that you used to vote, that you used to vote, that you used to vote. Imagine that. We need everything from you just to have your vote, but nothing from you just to have you destroy the voting process. And that's what my amendment is for, to make sure that we protect the voting process and making sure that we protect our voters.
I think this is a great amendment. This amendment goes along with everything that we've done in the past, where we say we want more transparency, we want more government accountability, we don't want you doing stuff in the middle of the night, we don't want you doing stuff under the cover of darkness, we don't want you secretly telling people to go file complaints or whatever it is, and disrupt the process that we all have a stake in.
That's absolutely right. And I hope that you all support my amendment. It's important that you tell your voters we do care. We don't want just anybody from anywhere coming in to destroy the process that we worked so hard to fine-tune and make sure is protected. We cannot allow somebody to come from anywhere and destroy the whole process that we've worked session after session and after session to safeguard and to make sure that we're putting these guardrails and these voter protection initiatives. We have to make sure that we're going to continue to do that by ensuring that this complainant, that we know everything about this person. Because just like we know everything about the voter, at the very least, we need to know everything about the person who's trying to impede and destroy the voting process.
I mean, in terms of comparing this type of legislation to comparing it to everything else that we do on this floor, do you know any other process where if you make a criminal complaint or a civil complaint, that you don't know who is making the complaint against you?
I really can't think of anything, and that's what was so alarming when I was reviewing the notes in my bills and it was just very alarming to know that anybody could do this, and I know...
And in fact, we were on this floor voting on a CPS bill that said
Absolutely.
We don't want people to make anonymous reports to CPS anymore. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
And that's the direction that this body has gone for a long time, but now we're going the opposite direction for this thing alone, right?
The cognitive dissonance is just alarming, out of this world, where in one space we want no information, in the other space we want all of the information. We can't have it both ways. And something so important and a treasure that must be cherished and that is treasured and that it is cherished in this country, such as voting, must make sure that we are continue to protect this to the extent that we know who and what is trying to impede our process.
I mean, like, for us to come to the public and say we believe in transparency, we believe in accountability, but then to come back and do this on this one bill, but not do it on everything else, that's hypocritical, right?
Absolutely. In a state with over 30 million people, at the very least, we could know who one individual is or a few individuals, or if in fact it is a business that is trying to destroy the election process in this beautiful, great state that can be a better state.
Ladies' time has expired.
Thank you.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting nay. Show Mr. Kane voting nay. Show Ms. Hull voting nay. Have all voted? There being 56 ayes, 82 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 1933? Mr. Turner of Dallas. The chair recognizes Mr. Turner of Dallas to speak in opposition to the bill. Tarrant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was actually born and raised in Dallas, but I represent Tarrant. That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to this bill because, like another bill I spoke on a little while ago, I think it's unnecessary.
You did not move to Dallas.
No, I said I grew up in Dallas County.
But you live in Tarrant.
Yes. He said I was Turner of Dallas, so I wanted to correct the record. Don't worry, Mr. Goldman. It's okay. Senate Bill 1933 is not necessary. And again, I think it's like other election-related bills we've had on this floor today, is a solution in search of a problem. We have always, in Texas, administered elections at the local level, at the county level. In different counties, that can vary depending on how that county government has structured their election administration. In Tarrant County, that I represent, we have an elections administrator. In other counties, sometimes those functions are run through an elected official's office directly. And the idea, the Secretary of State's role is a very important role in our state government. They're responsible for certainly some election oversight, also economic development, some interaction with foreign nations, a lot of very important business functions for businesses in Texas. To give the Secretary of State's office administrative oversight, as this bill contemplates, over county-level elections departments is a real departure from the way Texas has historically allowed elections to be run. And this legislation seems to be a solution in search of a problem. And I'm especially concerned with the provisions of the bill that could trigger this administrative oversight coming into play. So, some of the provisions in the bill: malfunction of voting system equipment that prevents the casting of a vote. That's certainly a problem. We don't ever want someone to be prevented from casting a vote, but the malfunction of a voting system equipment, that happens from time to time. In any county in this state, machines malfunction. I think everyone on this floor is familiar with that. Sometimes voting machines, in fact, malfunction. And that malfunctioning equipment could result in suddenly administrative oversight from an Austin-based agency over county elections departments all across the state. And I know this bill has now been amended to only apply to one county, and I'll come to that in a minute. That's a serious departure from the way Texas has historically conducted elections. Carelessness or misconduct in the distribution of election supplies. Let's think about how we run elections. I think every member on this floor is familiar with how elections work because everyone won at least one election to get here. We have essentially volunteers that run our elections. Yes, election judges and election clerks get paid a nominal amount for their service on Election Day or perhaps throughout the early voting process if they work that entire period. But they're essentially volunteers who are compensated at a very, very modest level for their time and effort. They do it because they care about democracy. They care about their neighbors being able to participate in our democracy and cast a vote in an election. They don't do it for the money. And so you have volunteers who, go and get the election supplies at whatever facility the county elections administration, whoever is running the election in that county, prescribes. They go and get their supplies. They go and they open up the polling place on election day or the vote center on election day. They rely on, the election judge relies on assistant clerks to help them administer the election. And I would note, as partisan as these debates have gotten and sometimes, unfortunately, we've seen some partisan conflicts arise in polling places, but I really think that's the exception, not the rule. I've witnessed, certainly in my county, Democratic and Republican election judges, alternate judges, clerks, working cooperatively together. I see that all the time. I saw it a few weeks ago when I went and cast my vote early for the May local elections. I saw election officials simply caring that people are able to cast their votes and make their voice heard. That was the reason they were there. They're working cooperatively together. But sometimes mistakes happen. Sometimes, perhaps, someone doesn't get to the polling location in time. Sometimes the building may not be accessible. Sometimes their supplies may not all be in order. And so glitches occur, and my experience is, in my county and in other counties that I've observed over the years, that local election officials have the ability to respond to these situations quickly. They have measures they take to correct problems and to see that all voters cast their ballots. And most importantly, I think that election officials at the county level in Texas learn from each election and say, how do we do better next time? How do we ameliorate some of the challenges we've had in previous elections? And there's been a lot of talk about Harris County today, and I don't represent Harris County, but what I do know is Harris County is unlike any county in our state. Representative Wally spoke about this a few minutes ago. It is a huge county. I think for those of us who are not from Harris County, a lot of times it's hard for us to fully appreciate just how big Harris County is, both in terms of land mass and in terms of population, and for the purposes of this legislation, the number of registered voters and the number of polling locations. And so, is it realistic that this legislature can expect everything to run absolutely perfectly and flawlessly in any county in this state, much less the largest county with the most voters, with the largest geographic area? Sure, things may go wrong here or there. But the reality is, talking about Harris County, a lot of what was discussed in 2022 was overblown. So a Houston Chronicle investigation examining timestamp voting data found that slightly less than 3% of Harris County's 782 vote centers, which came out to about 20 locations, appeared to have experienced paper outages. And those paper outages lasted from 15 minutes to, in just a few cases, over an hour. So in a county of more than 3 million people, obviously we want to get to zero paper outages. We want to get to zero delays in people being able to cast their ballots. But in context, is this really a proportionate response, this bill that we have in front of us? Say the Secretary of State will come in with administrative oversight powers over a county elections department now under this bill focused just on Harris County, our state's largest and most populous county. I don't think that's the right approach. And I think that further, you look at the testimony in the Senate on this bill earlier this session, also reported in the Houston Chronicle, and over 8 hours of public hearings in the Senate. Over 8 hours. That's a long public hearing on one bill. No one testified that they had difficulty casting a ballot in Harris County. And so, members, I think we have to think carefully before we cast our votes on this legislation. We have long held that county level government in Texas is the primary administrator of elections in our state. We have long held that. And this is a very, very slippery slope. If with this bill, we depart from that long held practice.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes Ms. Morales Shaw in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Thank you, Representative Turner, for illustrating the difference of Harris County and some of the important points that members who aren't familiar with Harris County might benefit from knowing. We all have a shared interest in fair elections. We're still fortunate to be in a nation where we have achieved a fair process. And I say achieved intentionally because it wasn't given. It was struggled and fought for. This was a statewide bill, and now it's honed and targeted to the largest, most diverse Texas county, my county. I'm concerned that this measure comes after an election that was skewed by the very acts of the Secretary of State. Just before a major election, new rules were promulgated. They were imposed on Harris County, never taking into consideration that the administrator would have to train election workers on the new rules. They'd have to create new processes to meet compliance. They'd have to implement new, for the first time, election, ballot counting, and ballot delivery rules. And they also needed time to clarify the new mandates through lawyers and other learned folks. So when such hostile mandates are imposed and such last-minute mandates are opposed and the results are imperfect, to be measured by that set of circumstances is simply flawed. It's simply flawed instance to then make punitive and control-taking laws like the one that we have before us. I'm concerned that complaints that trigger the process to overtake my county's election process don't have the scrutiny and transparency that would ensure truthfulness and validity of complaints. What would that look like? The complainant's records of a complaint would be public record. They'd be publicly available. They'd meet a predetermined prong-like test, and complaints would have to be in writing. There's no assurance of these unbiased measures. I'm concerned about the unfettered authority that this bill grants. A complaint triggers oversight, literally looking over the shoulders of agency leaders, elected officials, and staff. The bill grants the authority to rewrite my county's election process and policies, and then to remove and terminate, as if an elected official works for the Secretary of State and not the people, to terminate them with absolutely no lawful recourse, no impartial third-party arbiter, no public input before the taking over of elections. For these obvious reasons, I strongly oppose going back to 1933, and I oppose SB 1933. Thank you for your time, members.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, I close.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1933. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all voted? There being 81 ayes, 59 nays, Senate Bill 1933 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Mr. Frank for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 186 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Lalani.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, how many hours now have we been hearing bills?
That's not a proper parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Toth.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Senate Bill 1584. What page is that on in the bills?
The chair is not advised.
Mr. Speaker, is it correct that it's on page 12?
Mr. Toth, your inquiry is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
1584 is related to certain autological blood donation problems, and we have a family that's in the hall today, that's in the gallery, that needs
Mr.
this
Toth,
bill to be
that's not a
heard.
proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
What would be the proper approach to getting this bill heard and moved up in the calendar to help this family?
You're welcome to come down and visit with the parliamentarians.
We're welcome to go down and talk to them.
The chair lays out on third reading SB 186. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 186 by Miles relating to the prohibited discharge of a patient to certain unlicensed or unpermitted group-centered facilities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.